Match found. Match found. Select your agent. Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Let's ruin their day.
Fight!
Watch and learn.
Dominating.
Down you go. Jackass. Jackass. Down and out. At ease, soldier.
Ten kills remaining. Five kills remaining. kill remaining. Match found.
Yes, I'm pumped. Okay, mia familia. Leave the fireworks to me. Should be plenty loud for you to have some fun.
Rena, you have classic skin.
On my mark.
Spike, spike, spike.
I have the spike.
Grenade! Got you. Enemy spotted A.
Deploying drone.
Drop satchel out. Satchel out.
Shot down. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
I don't like your teeth, Cypher. Don't spy me.
ไม่หนี
Carriers down.
Spike down A.
Shot in a smoke. Right here. I have the spike. Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing. Spike down A. Flawless.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Chino.
Take flight.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down B.
I have retrieved the
Still
spike.
inside. Still inside. Grenade!
Smoke, smoke. Smoke.
Drop in a smoke.
Someone is B.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Snowman
Planted the spike. My ultimate is ready.
Outlaw careful
Swing him, Grace.
I hate visiting the ground.
A second wind. Let your senses come alive.
Don't buy.
Can I get a drop? Thanks. Have a drop.
Track them down. Revealing area.
Go get him. Grenade!
Take flight.
Poison's gone.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Sopalo. Cuando entre.
Scanning ahead.
Cage triggered.
Shock dart. Multiple enemies.
Planted the spike.
Last player standing.
A fine death.
Sopa. Guys.
Will they try the same old tricks? Where are you?
Revealing area.
Reloading. Grenade! Dropping
when we run
Deploying drone.
Bomb buddy out. Enemy spot. Cutting their vision. Satchel out. Satchel out. Loading.
Found my wife.
Shock dart. Bullseye. My ult is
One
ready.
enemy remaining.
Howard. I mean, this.
Time for a break.
I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it.
Go B, go B. Smoke mid.
Roll
Wait
for
mid
initiative.
drone, wait mid drone.
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy mark.
Grenade! Dropping smoke. Satchel out. Satchel out. Feeling sight.
Nowhere to run!
Got your fun. My turn. Out.
One enemy
Taken
remaining.
It is done.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait.
Can I get a drop?
It's fine.
Can you drop Cypher?
I can drop, I can.
Thank you. Thanks.
Break them.
Grenade!
Wait mid drone.
You're nothing.
Take flight.
Dropping smoke. Get him. Satchel out. Satchel out.
One set.
Shock dart.
Reloading.
Cage triggered. I planted the spike.
Last player standing.
My ult is ready. Yous don't get a reset button. So stay alive, please.
Scanning ahead.
Welcome to my world.
Go get him.
Deploying drone.
Spotted A.
Grenade!
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Back.
Last player standing.
Next. I have the spike.
They will scurry, and then they will die.
Reload.
I have
Deploying
retrieved
drone.
the spike.
Enemy mark.
Reloading.
Feeling sight. Bomb buddy
Revealing
out.
area.
Reloading.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down. B.
ไว้จะฟลัชเลยนะ
Shot done.
Last player standing. Long.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Overtake them. Take flight.
Grenade! Rocking smoke. Current division. Bomb inside.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding. Grenade!
I am the hunter.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Last player standing. Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
Scanning ahead.
The hunt begins.
Nowhere to run.
Back like I never left!
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Go B.
Enemy down.
One for the
Last player standing. Spike down A. Switching sides.
Now remember, wipe the prints from your guns.
It's just good crime scene etiquette.
Reveal their secrets.
Scanning ahead.
They found my wire.
Grenade!
Deploying
Drone.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Come back with a bigger gun.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this.
We must shore up our defenses.
Revealing area.
Hey,
Deploying drone.
Go get him. Grenade! Satchel out. Satchel out.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
nice bro.
Scanning ahead.
What the fuck?
I've survived much worse than you.
The symphony of death. Don't worry.
Wait to get used to it.
B, B, B. B.
Kermit, someone.
No peeking.
Revealing area. Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
They found my wire.
Reloading.
Shot down.
Enemy spotted B.
Take flight.
Satchel out.
One is.
Spike down B.
You're nothing. My ult ready.
Last player standing.
Their lives are so meaningless. Might as well give.
Need a drop.
Scanning ahead.
Smoke.
Grenade!
Take flight.
Have one of these.
Enemy spotted A.
Shot down.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Hyper low. 100.
No chance. Where is everyone? Cage triggered.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, last low. 100.
Cage triggered. Okay, they're dead. Take what's useful.
As much as this world hurt me, it's
Can I get a
mine,
job?
and I will kill to defend it.
Can I drop Cypher? So far?
Thanks.
Okay, let's get
Set up.
You want to play? Let's play.
camera is destroyed.
Bomb buddy out. Reload. Cutting their vision. Grenade! Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Satchel out. Satchel out. This bogey kill. Reloading.
Spike spotted B.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
Ready. Revealing area.
Spike planted.
Go get him.
Deploying drone.
Like I never left!
Down.
Last player standing.
You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker. Let's start this party.
Check it.
Bomb buddy out. Grenade!
Shot down.
Enemy spotted A.
Parasite.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Target down.
One enemy remaining.
Hold your fun. My turn.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Match point.
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking.
I'll find them.
Welcome to my world.
Enemy spotted mid.
Get him.
Scanning ahead.
Grenade!
My ult's ready.
Nowhere to run!
Critical hit.
Last player standing. Attackers win.
Halo bang.
Halo, halo. Yuk.
Ikut aku ya sana.
Gasken.
Sar.
Sumpah. Kamu depan. Wah. Pak Satri. Anjing apa banget justru mas anjing. Ya bangsa.
AFK apa?
Anjing. Giri. Sambil mandi.
Masih nunggu banget.
Nah, zoom in, bikin first person. Pelan.
Gas.
Pelan. Jangan terlalu kanan. Nah, lurus. Wala, weh. Wala, weh.
Sar. Ui.
Udah, jangan bete. Ulang. Ya, first person kamu pelan-pelan. Aku dari tadi pakai FPP loh nih. Biar gampang.
Sorry. Ternyata tutok sih. Sorry.
Kenapa?
Tutok dari tadi kamu manggil ya?
Oh, alah.
Dari tadi ngomong nggak ada yang respon, pantesan di push tutok sih.
Jangan terlalu kanan, nah, lurus. Terus, nih kamu ke ujung, terus terjun. Nih. Ke ujung, terus terjun. Ayo ke ujung. Ayo. Astaga. Gak bisa ya? Ayo bisa lah. Sini. San.
Bukan mau bercakap, belum lagi nyari sesuap nasi dulu nih. Sesuap nasi kok udah ada 12 kita makan.
Match found.
Aku belakangmu San. Woi. Aku di belakang San, woi.
Sudah chamber kok, bangsat ya. Anjing.
OTW San, support San.
Setek gue anjing, apa sih? Drone kena mana yang para mata anjing ya, Bu.
Itu ya mau parah gitu.
Siap direkul ya. Anjing tuh, anjing.
Di file pasti.
San, masa baru pertama gak bisa
Pakai raja ke bang.
Banyak sih bisa orang main, dia jadi bisa jago banget.
Sini.
Gas.
Nih, sini.
Belum bisa apa kalau paling nanti nggak tahu ya kalau kita lanjut PM.
Jangan jatuh, lurus, yakin lurus.
Biji-bijiannya burik buat.
Jatuh, nih. Ujung. Satu ke bawah. Naik lagi, naik. Anjay. Oke, let's go. Lurus. Nih. Lurus. Ayo, pelan-pelan. Ya, bebas. Ya lama. Walau ke kanan itu kepala menyangkut. Ini.
Telurnya ada yang bagus.
Imposters threaten everything.
Dan ndok apik dan
ما نقدرش نخليهم يخسروا الغزالة ديالي.
ndok mythical. Eish, 3 menit lagi menetas.
Apa nih gue?
Ndok.
Cutting through.
Grenade!
Valorant soalnya. Apa itu coba aja? Woi.
Johan udah bucin tuh sama si K itu bagi emang. Iya.
Enemies are A.
Ini masuk gak?
Satu rabo.
Clove 50.
Spike planted.
Mana ya caranya? Baru lagi. Apa settingan gimana ini?
Ini kayaknya bisa reload.
Last player standing.
Bukannya rumah ini cara.
Salah. Langsung.
Aye, where to?
Ini bisa ini.
Oke, tanamannya mengecewakan temen iya. Oh alah. Mau dong. Pas masih kecil gede banget cok anjing, mentok ternyata bangsat.
Beneran apa kok?
Grow garden.
Anjir. Kayak Dragon City ya.
Ora anu apa? Farming tanaman dari petani.
Anjir.
A.
Drop in a smoke.
120 Raje. Di backside ya, Raje.
143 love.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh, di sini nih. Di Sulawesi.
Semoga 12 detik.
Low itu.
Low itu. Entar. Ini disamperin pas lagi cancel plan anjing. Crossernya ada bawah.
Just take a recap.
Udah San. Yuk, Mas. Ayo.
Grenade!
Pelan-pelan ya, San. Pelan-pelan.
Motor level loh semuanya, korek-korek ini semua level gitu.
Iya ya.
Korek main kabel ini.
Kayaknya mantap
Baru
lah.
aku lihat belakang San, sebenarnya udah jatuh.
Spike planted.
Bomb buddy out. Satchel out. Satchel out. Got him.
One enemy remaining.
Sampai atas ya.
Gun here. Don't worry. The house always wins.
Wah anjay. Aku main di Paisan. Apa?
Di smoke ya.
Aku habis ini.
Ayo nih.
Pai Alfamart. Indomart. Nggak tahu tuh yang bungkusan kok enak kan. Indomart fresh.
Okay. Grenade! You had your fun.
Spike down A.
Wah, Chris anjing.
Loh, ras ini hilang anjing. Ku cari.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Satchel out.
Gua sama. Satu di sini San. Dia tahu San, di sini San.
Satchel out. You're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Pelan-pelan San. Nice. Bocok sabit sok.
Lagi.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Anjing teleport dia cok. Wah anjing teleport.
Fitri ada ya?
Kayak dia lagi tuh.
Grenade!
Oh. Gue di depan.
Iya, gua masih tidur nih. Begitu sih gua. Gua main dua game.
Spike planted.
Dua di trik.
Last player standing.
Who are you? Copy of me? Where did you come from?
Anjay, yang buat kita coy. Tiga. Minum. Hah? Ini isi ulang di sini San. Mau duduk dulu.
Lagi.
Isi ulang langsung otomatis. Check point kan?
Right here comes him.
Spike down A.
Malam besar.
One enemy remaining.
Itu isi air di situ.
Spike there.
Bisa lanjut lagi satu dua empat nanti.
Wah lu, lain ke headshot.
Satchel out.
Dua kali. Itu mana cok? Sini.
Reloading. Here, drop in a smoke.
Last player
Lo,
standing.
100.
My ult is ready. And that's another dead one.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Nanya gimana anjing? Alamak. Gak bisa aku harus respon. Tunggu. Gak bisa nak kasih aku. Ayo, tak respon dulu. Ya.
Grenade!
Gue ngerti, Bang.
Smoke dong banyak.
Di C ada default.
Catnya dia.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Allah.
Cut saya kayaknya dah.
Spike down, C.
Fire in the hole!
Wah. I know exactly where you are.
Spike planted.
Halo
Player
Jules.
standing.
Never left! Satchel out. Satchel out.
Maaf ya, papa utama. Kamu mau tak beri sikut?
Last player standing.
Di luar.
Enggak, masuk ke jurang, Le. Masa kalau masuk ke jurang. Maaf ya.
Entek.
Jurang, Le. Ayo sana.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if it's the only one.
Papa, kamu namanya cerdas cermat. Iya, kena gigi uang kembali. Anjay, kayak 3 kita coy. Anjay san. Ambasing.
Grenade!
Kan?
Enemy spotted A.
Apa?
There's no low mark when I see it.
Kan? Kan?
Clove-nya 60 ya. Ke stair dia bisa ke stair.
One
Masuk saya,
enemy
masuk saya.
remaining.
You had your fun.
Spike down A.
Kan?
One enemy remaining.
Cypher
Bisa flank, bisa flank.
Ya ini tikus nih, orang tikus sih.
Get him, wingman.
Bisa dari B ya bang.
Spike-nya mana?
Si. Infokan win dengan Starclock sih. Infokan win dengan Starclock.
No peeking.
Di backside Sam.
Loh, tinggalan sok.
Portal closed.
Alamak.
Masang camp tuh. Bisa di stair ya.
Drop in a
30 seconds left.
Bisa stair bang.
Nanti ya,
Hati-hati, Bang.
kakek sana sini.
Reloading.
Sini, orangnya
Ah, kan.
sini. Ini, nggak bisa woi. Sini. Atau bisa tuh.
Dalam smoke.
Kedrop.
there.
Nice.
Don't mess with my crew.
Never show
Si
weak.
Johan nyari cewek tuh, tapi sama si Ke anjing di depan. Aku sama Santi ngulang terus tuh. Parah Johan tuh kalau gak sama cewek. Fotonya berputar-putar sih. Iya. Fotonya muter-muter sih. Helikopter.
Request WD apa tuh?
Aku ulti.
Sehat, San.
I need a drop. Thanks.
Ya, oke.
Di A ada.
Anjing 120 dong. Berame.
Default deh.
Sini.
Race-nya low.
JJ.
120.
Nyawamu full. Respon ke sini. Respon.
Spike planted.
Ya, respon.
One enemy
Low,
remaining.
last low. 120.
Wingman's defusing.
Respon.
Pit.
Minum.
Wingman for the win. Let's reset. Deep breaths and all
Can I
that.
get a drop? Thanks.
Jadi kita jalannya kemana? Oh, ke sini. Hati-hati curang, San. Hati-hati curang sini. Oh iya. Itu bukan siapa-siapa, Cok. Gak kenal,
Makanya pocong nanti Cok.
Curang, Cok, tadi.
Tumben, ini mainnya
Cek,
asli
Cek.
banget tuh nanti loh.
Iya.
Rame-rame.
Iya kan nih, iya.
Dicek.
Iya, ya.
Retake ini aja.
Banget, kelas banget. Makan apa sih ya?
Decoy.
Planting.
Gabut siapa yang dulu ya?
Spike planted.
Loh.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Masuk.
Reloading.
Yang mati siapa pembuatnya jagoan. Momen mana ya?
Shame. I love explosions.
Dia pakai laptop malah gak bisa, Ci. Astaga. Padahal gampang ya.
Kan masalahnya orang itu setiap hari aku lihat mukanya, Bo. Jadi aneh gitu. Lu tau gak sih? Dia kan sampai warat sini. Kalau di tuh kayak aneh gitu.
Terus kalau sama cewek hilang.
Decoy.
Grenade!
Kan, let's go.
Saya di scan.
Sos-pokan temen sih timnya anjing.
Ada bangkanya juga.
Bisa
Mati kalau
Iya,
semua nggak bisa.
what the fuck, gara bisa
Padahal sih.
Emang bener baik kok. Emang bener padanya anjing.
Bukan default ya.
Masih bisa balik.
Iya. 2 minimal ya bisa.
Joke's over!
Face your fear!
Enemy spotted C. Someone there. Enemy C.
Nice.
Clover entry.
Flashing.
I know exactly where
Get
you
him.
are.
Bocah kontol, bocah kontol.
Spike
Enemy spotted
planted.
C.
Ah, malah.
Anjing.
Last player standing.
Ah, balik, Bang.
Last round in the half.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
I have money if you need.
Could I have a drop?
Decoy. Time to jump.
Grenade!
Embarrassing.
Bomb buddy out. Fire in the hole!
The side.
You had your fun. Spike down A.
Tinggalin. Tri.
One enemy remaining.
Langsung.
Spike down A.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Hakuna Matata kayak Dek pernah main ya cu. Emang tolong.
Apa?
Hakuna Matata
There
kayak.
are 5 of them or 50 of
Kayak
them.
Dek tau main bareng tolol emang deh.
Apa iya?
Sumpah bu di Javu.
Bok Lion King-nya aku nama Tata.
Iya. Hakuna Matata.
Right there.
Reloading. Reloading.
Reloading.
Dua lagi di situ. Ya, dua lagi.
Man's gonna plant spike. They found my wire.
Up you go. Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
Jing.
60 clock.
Dua-duanya mah.
Up and away. Somebody's there.
One enemy remaining.
Patrol.
Didn't just be turns, huh?
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
Ini aku mau balik habisin karena kan enggak lah, itu. Ya, nanti lah ya, aku mau dibaik mau beli.
Hey! Reloading. Okay.
Shotgun. Tinggal boy.
Reloading.
Habisin kok sama kayak itu anjing gara-gara tadi lihat kamu TikTok.
Time to jump.
My eyes are down.
Masih dulu. Tuh.
That spike with his up top.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Aduh, dalam smoke. Shotgunnya bang, hati-hati bang. Pakai jas. Oh, nggak diambil.
Goblok jatuh. Bilang gitu. Lu bener-bener dia sama Santi. Tapi gue tak kantongin kan.
One enemy remaining.
That's three.
Plank.
They found my wire.
I will see you.
Tembak bombotnya kok pecah.
You know what we should do?
Brutal banget. Sob.
Tell you. We should win.
Oh, tadi udah ke headshot ternyata rasanya bro pas ngepost
Right
ini.
here.
Hit berapa kowe?
Nggak tahu ini total sama badan 159.
Siap. Bisa 159. Oh, kowe sing nge-kill ya?
Iya.
Cutting through.
Grenade!
Deep. Enemy spotted. Hey.
Bomb buddy out.
My potter broke.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Rumble.
Kang urusan, jadi mungkin.
Cypher bisa ya.
Reloading.
Masih itu nge-hold.
Oh iya, pasti ini sih, pasti si Sandi foto berdua sama Henzo akhirnya.
Bangsat.
Kita harus positif thinking. Dapat kamu sih? Sumpah. Oke. Kamu kan sama-sama Jakarta ya?
Thirty seconds left.
Kamu tadi tinggalin ke mana?
Ini sama pet 50.
Last player standing.
Iya, mana cowok?
Cállate. Wingman's planted. I'm out. Dizzy's up.
10 seconds left.
Spike's
Dari
ticking.
flank itu.
Thanks, little man. Thrash is ready. Saw you, little homie.
Orang kenal.
You did good.
Iya kok, brengsek. Nggak ada yang di obis.
Oh, mantap.
Wah gila sih, mukil banget musuh-musuh.
Tabrak aja C-nya bang.
Kenapa?
Tabrak C-nya yuk.
Ayo, guys.
Soalnya hanya pasti dikontrol lagi.
I can feel them getting ready.
Gua hancurin trapnya bom.
Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here.
That's like
Oh, anak jembutnya.
Up the way.
time to jump.
Gua bom dulu.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Rame ya.
Blow him up.
One of these. Satchel out.
Enemy spotted.
Congkok lu anjing banget ini kayak.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Nice.
Nice. Panennya terlalu serius, Maning.
I kill them. Simple as that.
Iya, soalnya udah keluar. Harus panen. Iya, udah takut. Memek
Decoy.
Hey.
Enemy spotted. A.
Flash dong. Mar.
Satchel out.
Tepat.
Bomb out.
Time to jump.
Kuling.
Mosh pit.
Right here.
Right there. Reloading.
Ada.
That's a kill.
Let's go.
Drop in a smoke.
Plant the spike, Wings.
Anjing lah. Itu mobil siapa?
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
Di drop.
Right there.
Di drop kejebak tuh.
One enemy remaining.
Dua-duaan ya ternyata.
No one to interrogate. If they mess with
I
one
need
of
a
us,
drop.
they mess with all of us.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
man. Cok. Gimana, Cok?
Satchel out. Satchel out. Grenade.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Enemy spotted.
Shotgun semua anjing.
Polisi korup ngentot.
Rame banget.
Cutting through.
Solo saya berarti gini.
Nice.
Face your fear!
Waterfall.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Dapat.
Pakai shot.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
Three.
Tumar. Aku lomar.
Cutting through.
Cocok.
Yeah.
Bangsat jarak segitu loh. Dari sini
Right
anjing.
here.
Move in after I strike. That's where they're weak.
Ini musuh pakai ini ya, shotgun ya.
Gak bisa nembak sih.
C.
Tupus ya. Tak bacotin lah, Cu.
Snipernya diam di waterfall mulu ya.
Iya dia
Ngerti, saya
waterfall.
ngerti dia.
We will reveal their secrets.
Tak ulting.
Time to jump.
Aku pulang dulu ya, thank you.
I'll handle this.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
Waterfall 1.
Thanks, little man.
Dari A1. Dari A1.
Here comes the party! My ult's ready.
She's ready.
Grenade!
She's going again.
Balik dia.
Cypher low kayaknya deh.
Ke hall.
Blow him up, Mosh.
Bisa nunggu.
Najis banget anjing yo.
Cypher di mana, Cok?
One enemy remaining. For me. Think that's it.
Habiskan.
Match point.
Let's end this.
Iya low itu cybernya, gua hit 20 doang.
105 dia.
Time to jump.
Grenade!
Gak ada.
No peeking. Satchel out. Satchel out. One down. Okay.
Plant the spike, Wings.
You had your fun.
Spike planted.
My turn.
Thanks, Wings.
One enemy
Tiga
remaining.
habisin.
Attackers win.
Wah, aku melupakan biji-bijianku anjing.
Babinka the goat. Plusnya plit banget. 11.
Kaca telur dulu. Yes. Dapat apa nih? Apa kayak tupai ngentot. Jelek banget anjing. Efeknya ngapa guys tupai?
Match found.
Anyar cu. Laptop yang kemarin dijual diganti.
Terakhir, basicnya mau juga kenapa ya?
2% chance to not consume the seed when planting. Ah? Oh,
Males-malesan mainnya kan tadi.
play uga.
Apa meleset?
Apa kue nguyuk?
I'll fight anybody.
I'll fight
everybody.
Kalau mau mandi harus pakai apa? Kalau mau mandi harus pakai sarung. Salah, harus pakai sabun. Alvin komen ngomer. Mantep dah upgrade PC 4060 udah enak ya dibuat main game. Padahal dia kayak ini 5080.
Mantap pada sih. Oh main apa sih?
Mainnya RP loh.
Komen di mana kok?
Di DM.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Kan tadi barusan pindahan kosan. Dan barang doang maksudnya belum pindah kosan. Wifi ini bener 100 Mbps, cuman Telkom nyok IndiHome nyok, aduh. Enak gak ya?
IndiHome enak tuh, skis bagus IndiHome.
Masalahnya pakai LAN, mer.
Jadi asal pakai LAN tak aman.
Tuh masalahnya. Gak boleh tarik LAN.
Enggak ganti ini, ganti.
Bisnet kan naik lagi apik nih, bisa 19 pingnya 8 enak banget.
IndiHome udah bagus kan. Bisnet kan lagi kurang.
30-an pasti.
Dalam satu dalam. Nice.
Mati.
Go get him, buddy. I got you.
Mid.
Langsung sikat B.
Masuk tuh.
Sebelum terlambat.
Udah ke market.
Udah ke market ya.
Udah masuk. Masih dari.
Boleh.
One enemy remaining.
Out on me.
Nice.
Cut.
Hey, if we can do it once, we can do it again.
Bang Yoro, kamu ada itu apa bang?
Apa?
Sandal monyet.
I need a drop.
Ada. Siapa yang mau?
Juga tuh.
Wih, mantul.
Nanti. Di akunnya Alvin ada tuh.
Wah, lengkap itu akunnya Alvin, Cok.
Dia
Masih main apa Alvin?
login cuma buat ini, buat beli barang.
TikTok ya?
Iya, Cok.
Mungkin di smoke ya, hati-hati.
Di A ada nih walai.
Aku
Di A
tinggal B.
walai.
Ya,
Kena slow.
Default ya.
Walai emen.
Very con. Tak smoke dulu Ben.
Drop in a smoke.
Masih di A ya.
Ya masih ada aja.
Nyari timing nih orang.
Lima 2.
Reload.
Oh 3.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Off, Daisy.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
Turret out. I'll show you, scary omen.
Time to jump.
Rame kah bang?
Keep it there.
Tinggal ya anjing.
Cutting through.
Main ya.
Gitu ya.
Gua di B-main.
Drop ya.
Spike down mid.
Soalnya
Kagak kena.
One enemy remaining.
Masih? Tiga bu.
Aduh,
buset.
Diambil mas.
Nah,
Your biggest mistake was that you pissed me off.
mantap abangku.
Reckon we're just better, eh?
Can someone buy me, please?
Itu saja Mar.
Can someone buy me, please?
Turret out.
Agresifin Mar.
Cutting through.
Agresifin. Ada nih.
Ah, midnya juga ada.
Lo banget birunya.
Astaga, ada di linknya babi.
Birunya lo banget.
Komen di link.
No more Sova.
Oh, masuk Pak.
Recalling my bot.
Recalling my bot.
Mid satu. Dua mid.
Aku bimen kayaknya.
Cukup B ya. Lihat.
B.
Bomb grenade out.
Masuk.
Enemy spot. Bomb grenade out.
Sampai mana nih? Omen lo
30
ya.
seconds left.
Biru juga lo.
Spike planted.
Got three.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Awas. Nice.
Nice.
Oh no, you don't deserve my inventions. They look like us. Need a drop? Are they us? I have so many questions.
Handal gue.
Enggak aku kepencet. Kepencet.
Can someone buy me, please?
Bang Juru request bang.
I need a drop.
Aku udah request cuy, mau dibeliin sih.
Ngomong sama bolongan memek.
Asal banget.
Time to
Top
jump.
armorku dari round 2 sampai sekarang utuh anjing, enggak kesentuh gitu. Biasanya aku bisa.
Biasanya abis itu langsung mati terus cok.
Iya, baliknya mati.
Smoke ya midnya ya. Bisa di mid link.
Power's out, homie. They stopped her.
80. Timing semua.
Ya, dead.
My ultimate.
Abi.
One enemy remaining.
Lo banget Mar. Percaya. Nice.
User
survival registered. Congratulations.
Is everyone's tech still working?
135
Double check it,
ini.
please. Alarm bot out.
Request.
Anjay,
Sorry, Sar.
Sultan.
Jelas.
Sultan dari Dubai.
Sugar daddy, bro.
Cutting through.
Gitu ya.
Anjing rame
Buset. Iko ya tapi tajam banget.
Well done.
Di.
Enemy spotted B.
No
Masih
peeking.
di bimen ya, minimal 2.
Jangan sampai bersenjata Mar.
Right there.
Ini nih, sini nih.
di pojok kiri.
Jangan masuk, dilemparin flash dulu.
Up and away. Dizzy's down.
Nowhere to run!
Hah? Kan ada bang tadi pojok kiri bang.
Iya.
Turret destroyed.
30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted mid.
Bisa balik B nih.
Ini nih rame.
Oh enggak, mid.
Last player standing.
Bangsat nggak TP loh anjing.
Ente.
10 seconds left.
Ente.
My ult is ready. Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
Open mid dapat banyak sumpah.
Kenapa? Mid ya?
Open mid dapat banyak sumpah.
Oke. Mid apa mid link?
Mana baik? Biasanya sih tapi link banyak.
Mereka kontrol mid terus.
Teorinya ya cuy ya. Teorinya kayak gitu ya cuy.
Lu ngono pakai WD mau entry gimana anjing?
Mepet loh. Yaudah.
Step A ya.
Bisa retake sih, ada ulti.
Tangan dulu. Sebisa.
Apa sih anjing di through the smoke?
Who's next?
You should run.
Drop in a smoke.
Ini baru ulti.
Di wall.
Retake gue, ada ulti.
Initiated.
Sofa 80.
Spike planted. Variable removed. Bye. The wingman's down.
Trapped and zapped.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
tidak ada di belakang.
Ente.
Dari mana omennya sih anjing?
Ulti tadi bang.
Walah.
Everyone makes fun
Enggak
of
lah.
German efficiency. Haha.
Nah, ultinya dia udah hilang kan aku nggak overthinking ya. Mau dong bang, vandalnya bang.
I need a drop.
Bisa ngedropin nggak?
See you on the other side. Turret out.
Tadi bubaran bro. Bubaran neneng.
Smoke mid.
Kenapa bang?
Mid to B nya ada B nih. Hati-hati. Bisa semua nggak cuy?
Kanannya bolong.
Multiple enemies B. My ult one.
Walai di mid.
Spike down B.
Diambil WL spike.
Portal closed.
$117 Wele.
Midnya masih ada.
Mau kak? Kapi.
Lah, Anya bang.
Target down.
Wele one HP.
Enemy remaining.
Aku kira diliatin emennya.
Spike-nya di WL ya.
30 seconds left.
Netnya terasa. Lihat.
Masih bisa ke B.
Spike planted.
Udah HP kok.
No peeking.
Klop dulu aja ada ulti nih.
Dizzy's up. Last player standing.
Anjing.
Kenapa gue ganti
Like-nya bisa
pistol?
mohon no.
Iya. Opek lucu.
Ngeplan langsung itu dia.
No radiant for you, wee man.
Langsung TP.
Opi kumis.
Banget anjir.
Just let them try to catch me.
Thank you.
Aku kira tadi diliatin emennya, omennya tiba-tiba masuk.
Bangga aku. Kue pantek bae mainnya aku maju.
Time to jump.
Di smoke mid.
Netnya lagi ya di smoke.
Wele dia.
Got him.
Anjing ternyata nge-hold.
Anjing udah di sini, coy.
Balik sih itu pasti mah. Ini itu masuk.
Bangsat.
I'll feed it in.
One enemy
Mid link
remaining.
last, mid link.
Link.
Spike
Langsung.
down mid.
Spike spotted mid.
Pantek aja Mar.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Drop in a smoke. Have one of these.
Nah itu.
Mantap tuh. Jago cuy.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles
Biasa
and we'll
aja lah,
crush
Mar.
it.
Hoki.
Hoki, Mar.
Anda senyum-senyum udah cuy, senyum-senyumnya cuy.
Hah?
Senyum-senyumnya udah itu. Masih senyum-senyum kan tapi cuy.
Ora yang
Macam ya?
orang duwe perasaan, Mar.
Hati saya.
Yang lagi jadi raja iblis.
Nah, kepo.
Ada aura gelapnya.
Step A.
Watch this.
Spike down A.
Nowhere to run.
Pasti.
Kalau duwe smoke balik malah.
Cutting through.
Masih di sini.
Masih di A ya bocahnya.
One enemy remaining.
Kebe. Oh, bisa kebe. Oh, belum.
Cutting through.
Nanti.
Decoy.
No, nice.
Predicted this. All right.
Nice.
Win. Show me where to go.
Can someone buy me, please?
Turret out.
I'll cut through. Time to jump.
Multiple enemies B.
Smoke mid.
One down.
Anjing, tajam banget.
That's my fault.
See danger.
like I never left.
Di sini deket nih.
Tuh ada pandal bang.
Anjing bolong.
Ada lagi ya.
80 wailing.
Tajam banget cok walainya anjing.
Di B.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. 30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Ulti ora sih?
Untung orang maju-maju.
Caplok pokoknya.
Last round before the switch.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell. Time to jump.
Dia.
Match lagi ya kayaknya.
Enemy spotted mid.
Satu di mid.
One by one.
Tuh.
Reloading.
Walah.
One enemy remaining.
Nice banget.
Spike down A.
Mid.
Spike spotted A.
Banget tadi.
Oh itu dari trik.
Berarti bakal muter.
Switching sides.
Yuk, pengen langsung tabrak B.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Aku ke market lah ya.
Oke, boleh.
Stay safe.
Up and away.
Enemy spotted mid.
Dropping.
Cutting
Blocking
through.
sight.
Tolong turretnya dong, pakai frenzy.
Mati. Clear, saya.
Wailingnya market ya.
Lihat si kompor.
Lights
Dua.
out.
Marketnya.
Udah gue temenin aku bema.
City satu.
Gila
Last player standing.
Enemy kill.
Aduh ete.
Kita mau dari sama warnanya cok. Wah report kedua.
Tajam banget ya.
Tajam dia hanya.
Udah tembusin
Maksudnya,
loh.
aku sengaja deketin biar dia ngebis gitu loh, malah kepala.
Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I actually, never mind. Reloading.
I got the spike.
Spotted me.
Low ya 100 euro.
You're done.
Smoke mid tuh.
Oh, Smith-nya ada outlaw.
Drop in a smoke.
Aduh, pas banget anjing.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Ih, Sofanya nembak kena
No
terus, Sof.
peeking.
Satu.
Suka trigger botnya sih.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. Not just
Apa?
shoot.
Apa nih? Sampai orang teles. Udah kawin. Doge beku sih ya, ngentot AC ya. Mana gue? Ngepick.
Be faster.
Cutting through. Decoy.
Dropping smoke.
Tolong recon.
Even.
Spike planted. Thanks,
Enemy
Wings.
spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Last 3.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Let me
Terus
just
Sofa pipikan aneh banget anjing.
Dapat terus dia anjing sekali nembak.
Vibe check. We feeling good?
Iya, hope you
Hope
want.
so. Hope so.
Saya dengan Roblox ya.
Roblox. Bagus juga itu main Roblox.
Malah apa masih ngapik mau gini.
Coba mid ya, oke. Mid.
Smoke dong bang midnya.
What's this?
Spike drop.
Time to jump.
Flashing.
Surprise.
Harusnya dapet tuh apa anjing.
Empat 42 walai. Dautin.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Kita kayaknya musuhnya berat tapi kok telak ya menangnya ya.
Orang-orangnya lo orang gampang.
Walai doang sama Sopa bang yang beratnya. Mereka mati menang.
Begitu ya.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
I'll handle this. Time to jump. I'm back.
One by one.
Enemy spotted A.
Even. Komen 50.
Enemy spotted. Placing one of these. Reloaded.
One enemy
Ya mau
remaining.
kemana lu?
Mosh pit.
Even.
Mainin. Jangan dikit.
Thought you'd try harder.
Attackers win.
Sayangnya satu peluru mati, Mar.
Iya ya.
Waduh. MVP terus tapi Plusnya tipis.
Sopannya Imo, Cok.
Anjir.
Wow.
Bawa silver sama gold anjing. Dia Imo bawa silver sama gold.
Oh iya Imo, pantas saya tajam tuh sofa.
Kok Asendan juga nggak sih? Asendan, Imo.
Apa ya?
Udah gue openg lagi main, Bro. Openg lagi main.
Ya, bisa stres langsung, Pak. Orang enak. Susah kata anak sini, Pak.
PUBG-an baik.
Kieu jajal apa lagi?
Tuh, kenapa itu? Kenapa ini?
Udah ngapa gue?
Dulu. Udah kenapa sih?
Halo, Bang.
Oi. Gimana, Bang?
Kenapa udahan?
Sakit perut dulu aja. Oke.
Iya, thank you.
Terus aku tak balik di situ lah.
Oke, sekalian deh break dulu. Thank you guysku.
Thank you.
Watch party, guys.
actually didn't have a great idea of how to shut that down on the defense.
Yeah.
But the individual player impact ended up pulling them through what ended up being quite a close game.
Yeah, it is interesting because Wolves are completely asleep. They lost the first 8 rounds in a row. I think they were making some like pretty simple mistakes, not trading each other, looking like they couldn't really figure out what to change up. But once they got that energy in the second half, it was the same win conditions we've been talking about for the Wolves all tournament long, but which is how rough that first half was. There just wasn't time to get back into split.
And so many times it's just Spring and the plays that he can make. The wall that he was using on B was such a massive problem. But it all started with this crazy round number 9. We're just screaming, please do not peek. He doesn't have time. He ends up ulting out of it and just strikes the post.
But I think the silliness of this round kind of broke the mental barrier that was up for Wolves, where they felt like they were the worst team. I think they looked nervous, they looked like they didn't really have a game plan, and I think at that point they started to believe that they could win. It's rough though that they started on Split, because that's a really good map for them, but they kind of wasted the first 8 rounds being nervous.
And it sounds stupid to say, but I think one of the indexes of how good Wolves is playing in a map is how silly they are on stage and what Sufat Baby is doing. And once they won that bonus round, once they got back into it, he's hitting the L dance back at post, or he's doing all this stuff that they've been doing to all tournament to kind of play up to the crowd. And I think that's super critical in a game like this, to not overthink it, to keep the underdog mentality and just chill out. Hey, it's another game. Don't get stressed out by a BO5.
Always good to see the trademark Lysor stand and stare. You love to see it, kids. That being said, let's go to the coach of the Wolves and hear what he has to say.
Now joined by Coach Fade ahead of map 2. You guys showed so much resilience on map 1. You probably could have closed it out if the first half wasn't so skewed. So how do you make sure your boys don't go into Icebox as cold as they did on Split?
I think we give them too much respect, like in terms of their calling and map control. So now we're gonna fight back. Get ready, Fnatic.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much.
All right, he said that they were giving him too much respect. And while we did see that they were starting to gain that confidence, Vale, round after round after round. But now we get ready for Icebox, a great opportunity for the Wolves to answer back.
Yeah, exactly. They decided to go for this map. We've seen them playing in the tournament, and the idea for both of the teams is a bit different, right? Wolves, they've showed how they put that Gecko out. I want to see if they repeat that composition, and if we're going to see that synergy between YU and Juicy, because that is what brought them the win against RRQ.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the game plans look like too. I think actually Boaster's called some really creative looks on this map. It's something he's been super comfortable with in the long term too. So it's a test of a map pool. This second map ends up being a bit more of a test of endurance as well. You get off to a bit of a nervous beginning and now you start to settle into a BO5. It's about Wolves finding that rhythm for me, I think.
Yeah, it absolutely is. For Fnatic, though, this feels like the most comfortable map they could really get to try and go up 2-0 in this series. They've always been excellent here on Icebox. They've had a great run on it back on EMEA this year. I've especially liked them switching into a Sage comp that kind of fell out of popularity for a lot of time, but is just so strong on this map. Fnatic is a team that loves to play retake pretty much every map they are playing, and on this map they do such a great job of stalling out that plant, getting everyone in position, and just winning these easy retakes with that Sage wall up and the players flooding in.
Yeah, and as we jump into Agent Select, I want to see if Wolves is going to repeat that. Yes, they locked that instantly. Wow. YU is going to be on that Gecko, and with them starting on the attack, again, I want to mention how important it is for Juicy to have a good showing on this first half. As you're saying, Fnatic is going to give them a lot of space. It was one of the solutions that they found on Split. Finding an opener, going back, just play the time, play for the reset, and Chronicle is a great stage.
We need to see a confident Wolf that's willing to fight up in their post lines, get ahead of Fnatic's utility, and be willing to challenge them. If Fnatic is allowed to just play the set retakes the way they want to, I think they'll run over this defense.
I think Pistol round 2, you're going to watch Chronicle on defense. He's going to buy the wall, and Wolves need a game plan, especially on the Pistol, because it's almost impossible to break the Sage wall quickly there. So that's where I think, Mimi, your point of playing up, playing aggro, they've got to have a game plan on the Pistol built around not letting Fnatic just walk back in with that Sage wall defuse.
And for both teams, it does come down a little bit to their Jets. Two players that have both one ascension in different years. For Kayak, it was straight to Fnatic after winning with Apex. For Juicy, had that year off. Now here for his first time as well, going head-to-head on these agents that can absolutely take over on Icebox.
We heard what Coach Fade said earlier on. They don't want to be in a position where they're just giving too much respect to Fnatic. They have to fight them right where they are. Otherwise, Fnatic, an experienced team of guys who've been here and done that, could very well run all over them. This is going to be a big challenge here for the Wolves. And the question is, can they tie this 1-1? But we're going to have to find out because it's a BO5. So this one's far from over. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for map 2.
Okay, map 2 Icebox. Now, I think something said there really resonated with me, Mike. The fact that there is that fear of a name, right? Fnatic are legends in this. It makes you almost respect them too much, right? That second half showed real signs of life for Wolves, but I don't think we can keep depending on those, you know, running it back, playing from a deficit. I need to see them hit the ground running.
It's exciting to watch, never comfortable.
Yeah.
For that to be the game plan and that to be, you know, the strongest aspect of the playbook. So for sure, I mean, it's got to just be so exhausting to constantly be channeling or playing from behind and channeling into that sort of psyche. And again, I come back to the same thing. You never really are able to win a veto versus Fnatic, and this being the biggest concern, I guess, in the home stretch. Come to Icebox map 2. Again, proof of life shown in map 1. They carry that across now.
Of course, if you're just tuning in, 13-9 on the first, in favour to Fnatic. Here onto Icebox, Wolves will be starting out on the attacking side, setting the tempo themselves. Fnatic looking to hinder that. Hello and goodbye. Crashy swiftly dealt with. Tried to stick around a little too long. Maybe feeling a little bit too confident. And Wolves get into that nice post plant.
Able to reset almost immediately. Still got the wall to work with here for Fnatic. So Kayak want to open things up here. Why you though? Finds a response.
Yeah, trying to go around the site. I kind of liked it, but he almost fumbled for a moment. And Chronicle, this guy just keeps getting better and better as the day goes on. And see if that BD just has to try and peer over that wall. But Cron, one of the most decorated players, looking comfortable on stages like this.
Again, these are the sort of retakes that Fnatic will play towards time and time again. Right, they want to open things up, and you almost expect a couple of extra bodies alongside YU here. You've got to anticipate. I mean, you see the comp immediately, you know where the strengths lie. It's exactly the same woo.
Yeah.
So yeah, they rehearsed that?
I think they practice. Now, for Wolves, it is just classics. But again, we talk about this. I don't want to see them go to that massive deficit and have to claw it back for themselves. We know they can. We'd love to see them get that ball rolling early. As it stands Fnatic, you're looking at the purchase here. Maybe say 3 of those weapons, especially the one in Kayak's hands and maybe Boaster's, they'd want to keep hold of. And Kayak hasn't been moved. Gets away with murder in the back of yellow. Eventually overwhelmed, but Boaster's right there. This simplistic stuff. See if that baby does get that prized possession, but they want it back, and they're gonna get it. Simple stuff from Fnatic, not feeling phased so far.
Just the one casualty. We'll establish a little bit of a cushion here for Fnatic to lean upon. Get the freebie behind.
Down B.
Monday do that. Yeah, I saw Divide yesterday, and I was just like, that was just like one of those phantom moment aces. He was like, yeah, you're just shooting in the second or third lands, you know, you've been trying it. I'm like, yeah, same all the time.
So, big round for Wolves now. Buys in play. Why are you not a million miles away from home? Still got a bit to go. Early test on middle. You can see where the vast majority of the attention resides. Fnatic taking space down towards B. Wrong, going to post up Kayak on that deeper line. God, how far is he willing to find this? Lysor, keep your eyes on the prize. There is a very hungry player on the other side, but early contact made.
peel away from this pretty quickly. Not necessarily anything to stop Wolves progressing towards A, but certainly pieces of kit to slow down this execute. Again, the alarm bot placement actually prevent any further push-up towards screens. But first wave, Wolves don't actually find a plant. I saw that Chronicle though, a key piece in the retake.
It certainly is, but they're losing some of that HP on the side, but they do at least get the plant now. Not a fully comfortable post plant. Juicy still making the best of a bad situation. Taking down Boaster on only 3. That mid lane is coming in. That is Lysor on the way. Maybe not necessary, but a lovely string to the bow here. Oh, that's clean. And now just one. And Lysor's got it. Beautiful. Gutting and filleting them alive in this one. Wolves getting back into it.
Early response found here from Wolves. I mean, both teams converting the bonus in map 1, so defying the previous results already. See how now flag already round number 4, operator in hand for him. And already shown signs of defensive proactivity in the previous. Sit back maybe a little deeper here, set up on a sideline.
And again, if you're someone like Fnatic, you have the ability to be a little bit boisterous almost as well. Hold those more confident, deeper lines. The Wolves, they need to almost temper that, right? Bring them back into heel, cull some of that confidence. But there's always a good balance with Fnatic. They're not going to go too far. You can see what the attempt is here from Wolves. A little early glance towards A. See where they're stacking now.
Again, it's always a discussion topic. Seeing the Nanos and Lysor burn up versus a Sage, you really want to keep as many of those stalls, utilities in the post plant as possible. You're trying to, I guess, weaken Alpha's hold on mid. Not really going to amount to much.
Both, so that is a brave swing there, but does get the info on the cross towards yellow. So the rotation's going to be coming in with some confidence. But Juicy gets caught. Alpha quick to it. They want that plant, but Alpha is doing damage from above. Catching CFAT BB as well is a problem. And Waiu's ult doesn't feel safe from his position either. He's had to play it out here, trying to find some security, and that's going to help matters. Spring makes his presence known through middle and puts him into this 3v4.
Back up now, they have to dig out a player from back yellow. Kayak gifted one onto Spring here, and it's just why you left now.
And they got to know about it. They know about his position to an extent. And he's been absolutely corralled by Crashies. Fnatic looking solid here. Very disciplined in that play back in, and certainly helped by Alpha catching 2.
Well, didn't even catch it off screen. The immediate follow-up with the operator. The Juicy doesn't even get a chance to react here. And here's the first, second immediate. I mean, Lifestyle really, like I said, with that plant position, he's the one that you really want to see have that, I guess, safety from the front line where he doesn't have to peek too early. But again, Spring was giving away an opportunity for Fnatic to find a way back in.
Okay, they've got the ult with Waiu, so that's something they have at least in the back pocket. But the purchase a little bit weakened, as you can see. There's going to be the ult, maybe just trying to isolate Boaster, clear through yellow. We've seen Kayak's been a problem there. A little bit of a layer to that as well. You saw early on Juicy trying to take the space behind it so he could catch a punish, but not to be. But fast rotations in mind. Look at the presence here already, Mike. That's 4 players on this side.
A pause for thought on the way in here. Kayak, see the X-ray. Littered with Wolves players.
Target-rich environment for this man.
Waiting for the wall to come back up over the top. Kayak will still find one.
Oh, and Juicy trying to play way ahead of that desperation to find some security. And that is a brave ult. It's worked out. Core Boaster. Is anyone there to try and keep him safe? Yeah, there's plenty. You don't get an easy kill. Boaster's got his boys around him. Diffuses there. Five still standing. Oh! Oh! Hit him with it. I'm scared of this Fnatic though, because it doesn't feel like there's pressure on them, right? This doesn't feel like a tense Fnatic. They've come in calm, having fun. Same thing said on the other side, but at some point that strain of potentially being 2 maps down will start to hit here. Again, Kayak. I feel like I'm almost underselling Kayak at times because he's hit the ground running. I know he was this big tier 2 prospect coming up. He was the one to try and catch, right? The one to get in the roster. But unbelievable.
Let's just remind ourselves, first international showing. Already. And yeah, already looking at top 3. But aside from that, having such a strong performance individually. And like I said, any player would be happy to step into any iteration of Fnatic rosters over the years, but again, to come in and be, I guess, the headline in a number of individual performances is just fantastic to see for him.
It is, and again, he's taken the role of once was the king of Icebox Durka, right?
Yeah, at times we even said this thankless role. Again, Durka went through peaks and troughs, and yeah, went through it, along the years, but Kayak already showing here that he's up to the challenge. He has done regionally as well. So fantastic, so happy to see he's able to carry that through. Again, surrounded by a wealth of experience that really pays dividends for, I call it a rookie. I saw some pings here. Is this just a straight up mid-split, potentially?
Want to try something.
Yeah, Alpha immediately putting the alarm out the window.
I'm a little scared of Alpha in this form though, and I think most players would be. But for Juicy, he makes it look like mincemeat, clears him fast, right up the guts. There's now Fnatic split. Oh, it's a belting shot right there. A couple more of those, and maybe it's game back on. But how do they get this towards the site? It looked like they wanted that A, but now they've already adjusted, heading up towards B. Juicy trying to buy the time, only one more knife to put to the throat of Fnatic here. And Kayak trying to keep his attention turned. Crashes clears through. The plant now just going down Spring. With a big valuable weapon here, caught up, picked up from the corpse of Alpha.
Rez
here.
here.
Fallen. Rez goes to Boaster over Alpha.
I was going to say, Alpha and Crashes both actually have their ultimates as well.
Interesting choice.
See how now, if they can recover that, maybe prioritizing.
Look at this position from Suva, baby. Look at this. Could be absolute money. Wall goes up. Oh, the collapse! For the money, worth its weight in gold. But Kayak in the 1v2. Kayak in the 1v2. Kayak in the 1v2. Someone swinging. Okay, he's doing the dance with YU. He's trying to find that next target. Isolated. Still on the. Oh! It's unthinkable for Kayak! The new kid on the block! Ripping him apart!
His ears must have been burning. The Red Bull clutch from Kayak. I'll say it again. The first international showing. Just outrageous.
You thought that was going to be the highlight of the round. And then this man does this. Bloody hell, that shot. Oh. That is tasty.
10-2 now. Top of the board for Fnatic.
He wants more. Confidence brimming. Handled on the first though, denied freedom. Quick heal, and he's unrelenting. He wanted to stick around.
Wolves able to pin him down. Start. Again, don't shy away from the fight. Same could be said for Kayak. He's healed up now and a second chance. Second bite. Actually comes through. What? He's found another one.
How's he got 2 out of that? Sheer control from Kayak. Gets them the man advantage early. And there's a fast one on the way. You may have thought you're one out the side, but now you're surrounded.
Actually, yeah, the plant coming through. Unorthodox position, but Hunter's Fury.
Always
He's looking for something. Juicy didn't get hit there.
I thought that was on. Had a couple of these ults today. Second time of asking, but look at the positioning from Alpha and Boaster. They've got him pinned on the site, and that's the problem. Now they've got to evacuate. Where do they decide to go? Well, there's no good way to go here. Spring trying to find a corner to play from.
It's got a little bit of safety, but it's not safety.
No, it's a 1v4. Oh,
the ball goes up.
Down. And there's a flying prong. Fnatic just being filthy about it. This is Fnatic looking in finals form. And that is a terrifying prospect to any team.
I was about to say, just here on the back of the clutch, I can see Kayak posted up on this wall, and I was thinking, there's no way. There's no way Dry is just swinging on that. But then there's 4 members of Wolves facing the opposite direction.
Thinking he's not going to
nobody's going to swing through this.
Now.
That's one. Yeah, the timeline now 4 successful defuses for Fnatic. Wolves once again asking for a recovery here. 5-round deficit, more manageable than where we've seen them before, sorry.
Yeah. The scary thing is, in my mind, I think a lot of us love the idea of the underdog, right? It's hard to not love what Wolves have done, but it does feel like somehow we've awakened the old gods. I mean, Fnatic haven't looked this good. I mean, we cast them plenty of times. We've all watched them regionally. They ain't looked like this in a minute, but right now, they're looking scary, but Wolves trying to hold on here. Oh, that's nice. Juicy could have done with another, but Crash is quick to business, and the plant going to be stalled out.
Kayak Dash will burn up, so a little more, dare I say, passive in terms of these peaks. I saw potentially good timing on the wall breaking.
I'm already seeing Con looking that way, though.
Yeah, I mean, eyes trained that direction.
Discipline now being shown from both sides, see if there's an overstep. But Fnatic's re-clear is very, very reserved. I guess the only risk they're taking is really Con. And there it is, lovely. Oh, but the trade still. Great positioning from Con to get that back. I thought that was a fair fight. And Sufat Baby is now locked on that site.
Safe plant, he's not really got many options. Even ahead of the wall as well. Chronicle looking to just stand his ground, take this engagement. An awkward exchange back and forth, but Most is there waiting.
The thing that scares me, Mike, this is the attacking side where Wolves have been strong. They've been good at these, but Fnatic looking that step better. There's not much more to say about it for Wolves. They might have met their match here. At one step above, these big games, that pressure get to the best of them. But for now, it's 7-1, Fnatic feeling none of that.
Game plan looking undeterred here. I mean, even just, that's how some of these replays are brutal to see. But yeah, unfortunately, Wolves, you're almost hoping now that they have another option, a way to kind of lean away from, I don't want to say these dry hits, but kind of run up, find, you know, the free plant on the back of Wingman, because necessarily working. I mean, they're getting to the post plant. We already saw the timeline. It's diffusers coming through for Fnatic, but they're so well drilled. Rarely catch them off guard with those sorts of setups. Hunter's Fury available here for Wolves. One rifle in the hands of Spring.
Presence already though. I mean, it feels like Fnatic have identified that there's been those nice mid lurks coming out from Wolves that haven't really got them around, but you can see the pressure it's put on a couple of times. But as it stands, once again, you got Kayak posted on that deep line on A. He's not feeling any pressure. Speaking of pressure, couple of issues now.
That's all the util. Still able to be activated.
Oh man, this is tough to win, as you can see them really feeling under the gun here. Boast already taken away YU. The plant is in place, but Kron creeping closer. He knows he's got one locked towards side. It's so simple for him. Step by step, they want to clear house. See if that BB, Spring and Lysor desperate for a round. Oh, it's so good. It's so simple. Fnatic. It's not meant to look this easy. It's really not. And all of that reckless optimism just gets shattered here. Round by round, Fnatic keep getting stronger.
And hoping, I mean, we had another early timeout called here in the first half. So yeah, just popped up on the screen yet. Wolves need to come up with a solution here, because you don't just get a free plant and a free post plant versus a team like Fnatic. We're already seeing how well drilled. They can just they can sit back, just wait for everything again here, the purchase wasn't there. Slight fumble maybe on the shock dart, so
it just feels like those nerves are coming up, right? That kind of heavy feeling. Now we know that Wolves can bring back games like this. How many times have we seen it? But I think it's the way we're starting to see these rounds go down, right? It's
the issue being that actually Fnatic's the sort of team that you kind of get one of those maps against them. You don't get to repeat that over and over again. So I think, and also Fnatic, one of those teams that once they're ahead, they are a team of momentum, right?
Yes, they are.
Yes, we could talk about some choky history when they're playing from behind, but again, there's also points in their history where they've looked best at playing from behind. So unfortunately, it's one of those teams that some days when they're in form, and they have been here in Toronto, it's tough to really find a weak aspect to the game plan, their mental, and all these other factors.
Kind of crunch time in my mind for Wolves now. Right there. I mean, the crowd have willed these guys on. The sixth man behind them at times, but waiting for something to cheer for. It has been the Fnatic show so far. Right, forced off the first angle though. Spring potentially in a good spot here.
Read is good from Fnatic coming out of timeout though. Look at Boaster's position. They're ready to spring the trap behind this. Deal with the turret nice and early. It's actually going to draw. Look at Spring. He's walked straight through the orb.
Oh, it is audacious from him. But oh, you don't get a freebie often on Alpha. And this is what I mean, these small moments that are slipping aside for Wolves. And Juicy's still there. There we go, finding some power on the site. An opportunity made and maybe denied by Alpha, who should have been dead, keep in mind. Should have been brought down earlier. But Boaster in the backline is going to keep them locked on the site as best he can. A gift given as YU takes him down. Okay, game back on potentially here. A needed timeout to correct the sinking ship. Oh God, Alpha.
Player standing.
A 1v2. Have you just shown them a chance of what could have been to merely take it away? No, lights all there, and there is what they needed. A sign of life, Mike. They needed something. If that's enough to get them going, so be it, but they've got to close out the rest of this half.
Yeah, this is around that actually Fnatic teed up to really take control of. Again, I didn't quite catch it. I was looking at the minimap, but Boaster was showing his hand a little too early here. YU able to then isolate him. You're hoping really that Crashies and Alpha can be the ones to bear the brunt of pressure, then put Boaster into a position to spring the trap. Second on the board for Wolves. Still got a Hunter's Fury, one away from the knives for Juicy. For Fnatic, the res and the pit available. Even there, Chronicle as well getting isolated just ahead of potentially finding a trade and getting somebody back on their feet. Alpha spotted. Again, could be a key indicator here that actually he is spotted over towards A, but now Fnatic have a finger on the pulse.
They're surrounding him again. Look at this, Kayak.
Ooh.
I mean, Spring's still alive, but it feels like a matter of how long. He's still taking down Kayak. Spring, a really nice try towards middle, and in the meantime, you're looking at Wolves taking over the site. Labor spray's not good enough. Plant is in. Just about gets the plant, down times on their side. See if that BB does have his ult, but they're dwindling in numbers. Lysor desperate to hold on. He's been doing serious work. But the site now under pressure, under scrutiny. Boaster stepping on through, finds Lysor, leaving just one alive. Sufat BB, the man at the forefront of this roster. And this time he's brought to his knees. Fnatic handling it, Mike. I think this might be a bit of a swan song now for them.
9th on the board. Again, a recurring nightmare scoreline potentially for Wolves. I mean, Spring does so well here to even just find the first. But like I said, Fnatic have a perfect read coming out of the timeout. They repeat the same thing here in terms of getting bodies on the flank and addressing that back line. Play from Boaster as well with the pit. Great investment here. And as round 12 purchase goes, that's not the prettiest you'll ever see.
Gotta find something. Clutching at straws now, Wolves. You gotta dig deep here. Juicy wanting to be the man forward. Maybe set into motion.
You should run.
The lockdown. Preemptive in approach, but fine. Should facilitate the play-in, but Boaster wants to disrespect it! And it's brilliantly done. Oh, he couldn't make it out in time, but still, good damage. And here comes the fun Supat. Baby's got to call that out. Hello? Hello, hesitation. Maybe causing desolation at this point. Crashes now, picks up the mantle, and Supat Baby surrounded, trying to get Juicy back into play. Nice work in synergy. And now a fight in two fronts. He knows there's still players around, sends in the dark, still alive. How is he alive?
One
down so
remaining.
low, but Juicy's doing the work on the side. Supat Baby's just playing the time. He does the dance so well, giving them a little bit of hope, Mike. But it's slim margins again here with only 3 rounds to their name.
Curse on the cards. 9-3, a slight improvement short. Wolves still looking to try and find a recovery once more in the second half.
One enemy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Well, things are not looking good for the Wolves right now, but you remember what happened last time when the Wolfpack got together? Let me hear you howl on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And if you are a Fnatic fan, I want to hear a Stupefy on a count of 3. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Wolves, one more time. 1, 2, 3. And it Stupefy's on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more time for the whole crowd, for the co-streamers in the booth. Let me hear you make some noise. Give it up here for Masters Toronto!
Fans being silly, you love to see it. Coinbase Econ report here. You gotta look at Kayak, Mike. Look at those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, these are some fairly rough reports coming out in the series, particularly for Wolves. But yeah, Kayak standing ahead of the pack, able to maintain a stranglehold of the finances. And that operator alive and kicking. Actually, dude, that's one of the best signs I've seen today.
Yeah,
actually,
I actually really like that. People are far too talented.
What was the other one we saw the other day? It was what the hell is a Wolverhampton doing in Toronto? That's another good one.
Yeah. People are far too talented for my likings.
Way more than us.
Yes. No, I can barely speak. As noted by the
That's us.
welcome back. True. Waiting for Wolves to turn up. Because we're hoping for it, right? You wanted to see the Wolves that was scary throughout this tournament, that have won hearts and minds. Right now, under all those lights and all that pressure, Fnatic have come out and looked fantastic. 9-3 in the second map here of Icebox. Now Fnatic's turn on the attack for Wolves. No strangers to walking back scorelines like this, but a brand new environment to do it in, and already Alpha's drawn first blood.
See if that being called ahead of the plant coming through. Actually,
nice.
Bring on the regress. Beautiful kill, but Crashes finds a response. Lysol also finds on Spring, doubles down.
I like it, they're trying to get into this one, but Alpha not allowing fun to happen. A 2v2 is where it rests. Spike feels so far out of hand here, but still, Lysor be forced off a touch by that util, allowing Boaster to pick that spike back up. Now maybe a pause for thought here, a moment for Alpha to try and work.
So whose shot was that? Was that Alpha's?
Felt like it was, but the feet shown. And this is tense by all occasions. The fabulous shot from Juicy, leaving just Alpha, but this guy has been a menace. Oh! A lifeline from Lysor. Necessary now for Wolves. They've got to keep going.
We said in the first map, these sorts of scorelines, they can repeat the same success, find a bonus conversion on top here, because we're not just talking pistol round 2.
30 seconds
to establish
One ending.
the foundation of that snowball very early on. Beautiful start once more. Alpha denied the clutch. See if Wolves can build upon this now.
To this one, we do see the Outlaw with Alpha. Heard the earlier one from Juicy over on that B side of the map. So I don't know how much play Alpha's going to get into this. Let's see, YU. Got to be careful here. Plenty of threats. They're trying to play Alpha in.
Yeah.
Taking those steps up now. That's, I don't want to say a free site, but it's an open site at least.
Scanning ahead. Good invest in full belt of util for Chronicle as well. Rashi's eating up the damage.
Lucky boy. Still breathing, barely, but he is standing. Oh, get out of here, Kayak. What is that as well? Crash is finding another Lysor now has to kick it up a gear. The savior from the first now called upon in the second. It was never meant to be this close. And there's still Alpha in the back lines. They're dwindling in numbers, right? Wolves trying to bring this back here. Spring trying to be imposing. But it's down to Kayak in the 1v1. Up against
Just
Spring.
got to say, yeah, safe defuse point as well.
This is nice. Kayak trying to close the gap, but
He got off it.
hesitation, and maybe a mistake. Kayak, are you really going to break their hearts right now? 3 bullets! Kayak! The heartbreaker! Devastating Wolves, where Fnatic had nothing.
A second clutch from Kayak. Coming alive here on Icebox. But just in general, I mean, Crashies, the walking dead here on the site. Able to stick the plant, reset, gets a little bit of a heal, but then finds another kill. Kayak's reposition to deny the safe defuse.
I mean, we're talking about, if you're looking at rookies who've ever performed like that, it's a very short conversation at international level. Oh my God, charging down Alpha like that. Not a good idea. Simple stuff for the man. Handled well though, and down to a 3v3.
Could be a way back into this with Lysor up close and personal already. I mean, you don't want Crashies facing this ultimately, but finds a headshot. A second to find though.
Oh, it's right on a knife's edge here. YU could be unlocking the opportunity.
A pedigree from Crashies, baiting out the first, connecting with a headshot. It's just a classic left. Now to see you, Fat BB.
And that timer just singing the song of Fnatic. Hear that spike forcing him forward. There is not many opportunities, and Crashies basically in the checkmate. Even if it got tense, even if he took down 2, there was always Crashies. And Wolves trying, you can't say they're not.
Enemies close.
But Fnatic now very close to closing out this second.
Wolves will have a chance to buy back in here to round 16. Heartbreaking to see a second round flip to give Fnatic just an opportunity to seal the deal
You are in our way.
on Icebox. Again, not a formality just yet.
He stands. Oh dear, is the curse true? Let's see. To do it into a round like this as well. Oh, a buy-in play for Wolves. The best opportunity to build any way back into this game. And that, well, what the hell is that?
Wow.
Oh!
Again, you can see, yeah,
Mike.
got gas left in the tank, but when Kayak's finding kills like this, shutting down that proactivity, Juicy trying to pave the way to take control.
You should run.
Round 16 now, the lockdown comes through from Alpha. Roll out the red carpet for Fnatic here onto A site. Stacked up flank here though, Boaster. Gotta be careful these sight lines. The turrets here.
Nice timing,
Yeah,
Crashies.
to give information across.
It's, yeah, now that's an instant call to arms, right? Crashies finding YU really well done. Boaster should be there with him. You're now going to have Kayak coming back across. Wolves looking to try and split them, but they've stood tall together. And Spring and Sufat BB having no play into this. Oh, it's looking all too easy for Fnatic now. Wolves crumbling under this pressure, Mike. 12-4. Where have they gone?
Now facing map point on a broken buy. This is just ridiculous from Kayak. Again, you can't fault Juicy for committing to this. Well, it feels teed up. I mean, he obviously has a few more bodies behind this, but just so rough to see those sort of things not converted. Guardians across the board now for Wolves. A pit and play, but again, where these halves have panned out, not necessarily the sort of ultimate that's going to really swing the odds in their favour.
Poison's off.
So no fast rotation. Wolves want to try and get ahead of this potentially. Maybe find a favourable engagement, but it's going to come through. The wall goes up. Find the plant, Chronicle over the top, will find Juicy once more.
Yeah, and Alpha just finding ease in middle as well. These shots look too simple for him. Man advantage now to Fnatic. As Wolves are a little on the ropes here. Boaster trying to buy the time. Stall them out a little. The Viper's Pit trying to facilitate the cross through. Maybe apply a little bit of pressure, but look who's waiting. Looking like the rookie could have ended it, but no. Spring gonna fight forward. Fantastic from Spring.
Hunter's Fury available.
You can hear it rattling off in the distance. Alpha still standing guard on the site itself. Does fall in the end. Now Crashy's called into this. You can hear the time ticking. Sufat BB can do nothing but stand back and watch. Map 2 is Fnatic's at 13-4. The Wolves crumble under the pressure. And now low. The Wolves crumble. Map 2 do nothing but stand back and watch. Map 2 under the pressure. And now Lotus becomes the conversation. Is there anything left in the tank for the Wolves now?
Fnatic taking firm control of this series. Wolves, he said, broken, battered and bruised. Can they recover once more? Last chance to do so.
Alright, Jake, pick a song. Dun, dun, da, da, dun, dun, da, 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 da. I know what song. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
Let me show you how to box stuff. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top there. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops there. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. I can feel it in your body. You've got secrets I wanna keep. You can give more to me. You can give more to me. Demons. 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 Started the final grand finals weekend, and we decided to cook some stuff up. I'm joined here by Leanne and also Aiden. Leanne, where are you coming from?
Montreal.
Oh, ça va bien? C'est pas français?
Oui, un petit peu.
Nice. And you are coming from, sorry?
Rochester, New York.
Rochester, New York. Did you drive or fly?
We drove.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for making all this time to come out. And as I'm touching your shoulder, I'm realizing that you're off balance a bit. Do you know what's going on here?
I have some things attached to my feet currently.
How about you?
Then we're gonna pump it up.
Oh, that's the great hit. What we have here is a balloon on top of each other's heads. So, Leanne, you are representing here Fnatic, and you are representing the Wolves. So what we're gonna try to do here is have a pop-off segment, right? You need Wolves to pop off right now. You need this balloon to pop. So we have these apparatus here. So we have the pumps that we talked about. And now we're gonna have our staff put the tubes to your head. And you wanna pump as fast as possible and have your balloon pop. We've already seen Kayak pop here in the 2 maps so far, and now we need Wolves to try to make a comeback. Can Spring do it? Can Lysor do it? And speaking of springs, we're gonna start springing our pumps here. Are you both ready?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Leanne?
I think so.
All right, so if you're ready on your marks, we're gonna go on 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go! Toronto, give it up here! Do we have the Wolves? We have Fnatic, the Cardew's in, the feats are out! Oh, and we do have the Wolves after all, a small disqualification here for Fnatic.
And Fnatic are 2-0 in this one, and I gotta say, that halftime game, I've never seen anything like that in my life. That was awesome there. But let's take a look real fast at the HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because this goes to Kayak yet again. I mean, this kid is just unbelievable. This play was ice cold.
This is unreal. I think this is the second best play of the tournament, right behind that Kiko ace. How does he get this final kill?
It's just incredible out of Kayak, but this run is also indicative of this game as a whole. It was all about the retakes for Fnatic. 8 out of the 9 rounds they win in the first half come to these retakes. They're so good at shutting down players who are playing up, getting that Sage wall down, and fighting forward as the defuse comes through. It was a fantastic icebox from Fnatic.
I think that they were very quick on their reacts, and probably one of the reasons why those retakes were so good. I love the synergy that we've seen from players that I did not expect, like Chronicle and Kayak. Kayak going for the kill, but Chronicle being ready with the heal, even if it's that. And if we look at the performance that Kayak is having, that we say it's amazing. It's been a resemblance of what we had in playoffs in EMEA. So if for tomorrow we're going to get this Kayak, maybe we get another 3-0 for Fnatic in the grand final.
He actually could be he could be a late run for MVP if he pops off in that game too, if indeed Fnatic can get themselves there.
Oh yeah.
And remember, rookie player stepping into the shoes of Durka was incredible in stage 1, showing that here as well. Those are the stats that we're talking about with them winning into these retakes. Wolves got the spike down all but 1 round, only closed it out 3 times.
Yeah, it's an absolute heartbreaker for them there, but it goes to show Kukuka just how studied, how prepared this Fnatic team is in these situations.
I think that the most scary thing is that at the beginning of the tournament, of course, they came in with a lot of preparation because out of the EMEA teams is the one that had the most,
and
but things were not working. They were making a lot of silly mistakes. Now we found a Fnatic whose plans are working.
Which is scary for everyone else involved in this, especially the Wolves right now, Josh, because they're facing the bottom of the barrel. This could very well be it for them if they're not careful.
I felt pretty decent about Wolves in that first map because they were able to get back into things, thought it was nerves to knock them down early 8-1. This map was 8-1 again though, that is rough.
There's something about miracle runs ending in 3rd place. You look back to Zeta Division at Reykjavik, the first EDG run. It's happened to a lot of other miraculous teams, but going into Lotus, a good map for both teams. Wolves having to stake their run on this one.
The thing is though, Fnatic, this is just home territory. They're incredible here. And you've got to look back at the history of this squad and think that Fnatic are going to be able to get across the line here and deliver their 4th global grand final. They're within touching distance and it's almost home ground here on Lotus.
But what do the Wolves do to come back into this one? Because it seems like everything is lining up for Fnatic as it currently stands right now, Mimi. This is scary territory for the CN team to be in.
I think they just have to, honestly, it's going to sound simple, but they have to focus on themselves. You have to let go of this lower final, how the game has gone thus far. Play to your own strengths. Slow the game down on your attacking side. Let Spring get involved in those lurks. And just remember the fundamentals. There are so many hero plays that Fnatic have pulled out in this series thus far. They need to be very on point with how they're trading, how they're scaling together, and just work it round by round.
With Fnatic starting on the attack, they need to stop Kayak from snowballing the performance that he's having. It's not only finding the comfort and the synergy, they need to at least play into the Fnatic game of getting 1 pick down and walking back. Leave them the space. Try to play for the retakes the same way that the Fnatic has been doing with you.
I'd like to see them too, once Wolves are on their attack side getting into these kind of positions. You got to disrupt the Fnatic retake. We just watched a map where Fnatic were able to do whatever they wanted on those retakes. And I think Wolves have got to come up with game plans before they even get the spike down to try to disrupt that idea.
Yeah, and Lotus has been such a good map for Fnatic in history. It's not a good idea if you're another team to pick this onto them. We've seen a lot of the Odin and what it can do. To me, it's also very scary, the form that Crashes is finding in this tournament.
I want to see a Wolves that's also willing on their attack side to go for early fights for A lobby control. Fnatic as a team very often is only having Boaster or maybe one other player play that space. And when they contain that space, it's only ever Boaster standing there. And he's very willing to fall back. So if Wolves are going for a re-clear place, they can get a lot of space there. It's going to help out their macro a ton on attack.
I can't help but think about what Coach Fade said in that interview. They got to stop giving Fnatic that respect. But the problem is, Josh, is that Fnatic takes that respect away from you, and they don't care what you want because it seems like they are in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, they've also got 3 players absolutely on fire and a star-studded roster. So the pressure absolutely is going to be on Wolves. Think back to yesterday and how much Fnatic on their attack side were ending B and see whether they've adjusted that. Wolves have got a lot on their plate here.
Indeed they do. All right, Toronto, can the Wolves bounce back and send this one to a map 4? Let's send it back over to your casters. Here's Pansy and Hypoc yet again.
Hansi and Pipock.
It's not the best combination to name, GB, but we'll move on swiftly because this might be a bit of a swift game. We are already seeing this teeing up for Fnatic to close this out early.
Yeah, and I think Sideshow's hit the nail on the head here. This is almost feeling like home territory. I was talking about this veto being almost front-loaded for Fnatic, and I think we've already got 2 of those conditions fulfilled. Tall order here for Wolves to bounce back and channel
Toxins going up.
into that recovery factor, become bloodthirsty once more.
Because I need to see that killer instinct, Mike. I need to see Wolves kind of reminding themselves they're the team that took down the likes of Gen G, that made everyone pay attention. Dangerous together. Because right now, Fnatic looks singular in approach. They're looking at that next game. They're not even looking at you right now. That grand final now getting closer in the mind, but one more map stands between them and it. It could be here. Certainly a solid map for them. And they're making Wolves do the walk around this map.
Unable to deal with this utility behind the orb on C, though. I think on the back of that, Wolves commit a second player. Actually with Spike positioned over towards Rumble. Both have got to be careful. There are still 3 members of Wolves ready to pounce on this contact.
Ah, but it's not clean on the first. And Chronicle
30 seconds left.
just swiftly clearing up 2. And now it's the dash to the site, isn't it? Too bad BB trying to keep his head down, trying to maintain his calm, but already going to be found by the Prowler, caught by the Seas. The paint shell finds it, or it's Chronicle. Oh God, Chron's on for an absolute tear. 10 seconds for the plants down, and Crashy's just keeping them at bay. Nice fight back. Still maybe some hope in them yet, but Alpha! Just the full stop to that sentence, and the first gained by Fnatic.
Running through the protocols.
Oh, it smiles. It's just, it doesn't feel as heavy now, does it?
Yeah, and it's rough as well. You're almost hoping that Wolves defy the odds here on the defensive side. You would have loved to be in a position where
Good job.
they could attack and
Nice
potentially put themselves in a position to dictate the tempo. Again, another thing touched on by the desk, they really need to disrupt this freedom that Fnatic have had. Necessarily score lines, but in terms of the macro game, in terms of the information, Boaster, not the flashiest of players, but he thrives in the mid-round. The puppet master for Fnatic. A wide open C site for the taking here.
In reality, it's 3 weapons they want to be keeping, and Alpha let off the leash a little. Have fun. Have a wander. Do some damage, and he's already done that. Now he's going to be able to note the players. See how hungry they are. The scent of blood, sure, but to be able to close down that kill is something different. Alpha is buying time. All of this is precious seconds. Wolves would love to do some damage here, but he's positioned well. Does get handled. Brilliant. The next steps look near on impossible at this point.
Yeah, only an upgrade to a Sheriff. And at that point, Fnatic now feel as if they know the weaker side of this Boaster. Beautiful adjustment here to find Juicy. The position's going to mitigate any of that further risk from developing. Even actually a swap out here. Kayak happy to go forward, try and find some progress. Last sort of denying that. And the death goes through an extra orb short. But rifles maintained here for Fnatic.
And I just need Wolves to now start firing back, right? These guys were gunners. They have been this whole way through. And a couple of kills to get yourself feeling comfortable could be key in this. They can't let that scoreline slip away from them again.
Never give me Marshall!
Doesn't like a Marshall.
No.
Noted. Noted.
It's the wrong type of scope for him. Speaking of scopes, Alpha
Oh.
on an early operator purchase. You see here, Boaster lining up. A little bit of damage conceded. That will certainly act as a deterrent, sorry, for Wolves. In terms of setting anything in early outside A.
Alpha on that operator. It's the exchange of space on this. Mound currently with the Wolf side rubble slowly being put back together by Fnatic. Steady stuff here.
Smoke going up. Could indicate, actually. Very early push in here. I mean, looking well invested. Juicy, though. Moves the tip of the spear. Kayak will fall.
A couple more of those could certainly help matters, and if Boaster gets a little bit unsteady with that spike in hand, it could have been dangerous. For now, though, they sit back. They're not overextending yet. Maybe fancying their odds here, but Boaster, vigilant. Oh, handled! That's a shot, that's two. Well, a little sketchy as well, picking that spike back up. 30 seconds, and Fnatic aren't finding that springboard forward. Looking for this in the bonus here for them. And that's a lovely flank. Dreamy stuff. Now Chronicle handle, there it is! Finally looking alive. I need a few more of those for me to be believing, but I'm willing to watch that.
So did they get the operator back in hand? I'm not sure exactly of where it fell.
He was down by the door, but...
Yeah, I guess, yeah, couldn't get over there quick enough.
One enemy remaining.
Before Fnatic will come back in, it's only really Alpha and Boaster to struggle to piece together a full purchase. And light shields across the board. Lysor now. Boaster's Odin. Try and make use of it here. I think initially, yeah, that's going to act as...
Bring them down.
Sketchy for Spring on that one. Needs to be careful. They do have that rubble side of the map, so they're safe in that regard. You're going to be looking at Quad trying to handle maybe that push-up eventually as well. Juicy's Curiosity peaking. Not alone either. Lysor not too far away, but Quan's normally the backbone, right? The spine of this squad. But Spring's done well to find Alpha. Very diligent on that jump peak, but in the meantime, you can see the battle kind of breaking out throughout the map. Individual moments now, and the timing! Good for one, but couldn't get the follow-up.
And they know the Odin's close as well.
That's huge from Lysor. That controls half of this map. Now down on Kayak and Boaster. New young gun. That Fnatic side. Still with an opportunity to make some play happen here.
Actually getting towards one of the rifles here. Boaster going to come back through.
Nice.
30 seconds left.
Isolated Boaster. Got to find this kill, and he does.
But look, Boaster and these post plants on this side of the map has been good, but Mound's been taken over.
So we've got Paranoid to work with, and with both CuFat BB and Lysor stacked up, could make this work. Smokes himself off.
Show me something here, Boaster. He's given himself a 1v1 here. But the angle, just a little too deep. CuFat BB showing him how it's done there. And these are so key. These are such key rounds for Wolves. So necessary as a reminder of who they are and how they got here. Confidence can slowly be rekindled. Pressure put back to Fnatic.
Tie things up 2-2 early on. And already Wolves showing the willingness to proceed forward, continue fighting. Pressuring the extremity here. Again, broken purchase, but will reset Fnatic. Kayak does have the showstopper. There's actually going to be some investment around this as well. And tempered, though.
Can I get a drop?
Protecting round 6. Ooh. A bit of a pace change, potentially.
Oh, yeah. Very pacey. Kayak just straight through. Gives them access to that B side. Boaster there as well, kind of propping up the control. Still have Juicy's ult to bank on if they need it. But they have Kayaks on the other side, so a little bit scary this round. Making mountains out of molehills,
yeah, I mean,
really.
These choke points are just so deadly to come up against the showstopper. Kayak can find the heavier side of the stack here, but the Paranoia is huge.
But no one there to work off it. Slowed down, denied by the smoke. The Paranoia was perfect, but no one there to try and gap close. Boaster tested again. They've got to find a way back in, Mike. They're running out of time. That's going to help matters, but it's going to surely be traded. It is. Juicy dives in, couldn't get it. And now Fnatic making a stand. Oh, it's been cleared up. Wolves scrapping their way back in.
That's Juicy thrown in as the bait. Lamb to the slaughter. Actually, the trades come through fast enough. The Fnatic almost swept back off the B site.
Oh, that is...
Didn't quite catch that one going down, but so Alpha looking a little frustrated with the outcome here.
One enemy remaining.
Also very early timeout here for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Very early.
Not necessarily any fumbles just yet. It's Wolves showing grit and determination once more. Find themselves, I mean, first time actually in the series, around to the good.
How mad is that to say? This is the first time they've been up in rounds. And again, also in this moment, it takes the wind a little out of the Wolves' sails, right? Slow it down a bit. Don't let that momentum build too massively. Keep them calm. The 3 back-to-back is everything. First time doing this sort of damage. Isor's been great. Juicy as well, looking sharper now. Starting to lock in a bit here. Ult's not too far away. YU close by with his. On the other side, the cycle starting to hit as well for Fnatic. Like Milan was mostly leading that conversation. Let's look at what the adjustments are now coming out from Fnatic. As said, this would be deemed as home territory for them. They can find some comfort on it.
Home territory, but uncharted in terms of the only real anomaly being that week 5 loss to Heretics domestically. It's been the one blip in terms of Lotus for Fnatic. Oh, that's forwards early paranoia. Fnatic going to be able to negate a lot of that. A ton of utility drawn out from Wolves' arsenal. YU with the operator.
This is
Fnatic
sketchy.
on the way back in here.
Super sketchy. With bated breath, we wait, and now they strike! It's great from Juicy again! The third just out of its reach! One just gets around the corner in time. But like Spring wanted to really close down on that. But they haven't given up the rest of the match. Seaside still has its players, right? It still has YU here. That operator, I don't think noted yet.
No, they definitely don't know about this just yet. When you talk about 2-for-2 trade probably suiting the defenders in this regard, but...
Oh, it's gorgeous. Nasty little corner from Sufat BB to play from. He's got help here. He's not alone. Now that operator rattles off the shot. Crash is trying to work forward, disrespecting it. And now the cross is next on the cards. Forced away by the Prowler. Support not there yet. YU on an island. He's got to be good for it. A gift given. A plant in play. Denied. Hold on, Chronicle. Holding on. Wolves chomping down on this. Not willing to relent just yet.
And now 2 to the good. Big ultimate drawn out here in terms of the pit from Chronicle. It's just a snake bite from Spring that hands on to Crashies.
10 seconds left.
He's so tagged up. Set up beautiful here from Wolves. Cycling the operator across now. It's going to be Juicy taking the reins. Look to try and find something outside B. That's it. Got to find an answer to this rumble control. They've struggled to really stabilize some of these early rounds. A couple of Guardians here, so Purchase definitely packing a punch. And then you see the Odin and the operator for Wolves. Whoa! You don't see that very often.
No, you don't, but Alpha will take that every day of the week. Big weapon found, though. Lysaw's position could be devastating. Eyes drawn towards Spring. Lysaw on the swing. It's beautiful between the Wolves. Fighting together as a pack.
Look at Kron, though. He's trying to pressure towards C here. Alpha able to get away.
Early.
Oh, he's found the kill.
It's huge. And not caught on the cross. Alpha dodging IRL for that one. Trying to make a sprint for it. But the obstacle course is in play.
Look at Chronicle though, he's wrapped B. He's all the way behind this. Lockdown here for Alpha as well.
Devastating position. Kron could be on for this one. It's lovely on one. Even going to see the second here. He knows it now. Spring under the gun. Kron not going to outstay his welcome. He plays it well.
Alpha on the world tour, all the way back over to A site. Will find the plant now. Spring finds himself in a 1v2.
They made something of nothing here. To do this, it's incredibly hard. And Chronicle is playing this map very nicely. This timing though.
Oh.
He's trying to clear deeper for Kron, but we can see where he. Oh, Spring! Lucky to be living. The turret. Oh my God! Hold on. But Kron's still here. The safest pair of hands, surely. And 5 HP ain't much to write home about. Oh, it's just stunning from Chronicle. Mastercard proved it, a master at work. He played them just to perfection.
In the timing on this decision to come back across, try and pressure onto C. That's a crucial kill that YU almost looks set up for. Just caught off guard by the Stinger up close. Beautifully done. A response found here from Fnatic after 4 in succession. 4 ultimates now, you just heard it. Everyone but Juicy on the side of Wolves. Lockdown and a Nightfall for Fnatic. Ooh. Ahead of that, Kayak. Caught off guard, seemingly. Well, that was a bit of a safety net for him, but
didn't feel like Wolves were actively playing this B site all that much, banking on the utility. Nice.
Big headshot. Oh. Big damage, but actually goes to find Spring. Actually, yeah, comes away from that looking healthier than it almost looked on the X-ray.
Alpha's lucky here, though. Still standing on 10, but easy predicament to be in.
Despite not committed, so even down to 38 seconds on the clock, Fnatic looking for another pick. YU, very deep position though. It'll take a lot to dig him out. Just shouldering to the turret and the nano.
Oh, YU's in trouble though. You see Kron on the other side, you can kind of chalk it up to that, right, on its own. All gonna come down, clears through, there's nothing towards B, they now know. Good timing on the lockdown. Let's see if they've got anything to handle this for Fnatic. You can really see the Prowler coming in. That's going to connect as well. Time now. Counter. Lockdown on top. Plants in. I'm pretty sure one's going to be detained at bare minimum here. YU trying to do the damage on the way out. It's going to be Boaster being caught, but the lockdown in place still. This is dangerous.
That's 3 detained.
Kena 3-3.
And knives out, baby. Fnatic clearing house. CFAT BB and Lightsaw just far away from this. So hard to be able to deny any part of it, but still holding on. See if that baby's position is rigged. He still does it. Down to the 1. Crashies remaining. Nice moves here though. And Crashies might be outdone. Oh no, no, no. Crashies so calm. Keeps his cool.
Ooh.
It's beautiful from him. The awful dodger getting the defuse.
So slippery. Crashies unable to pin him down. And a miracle, you never see this sort of post-plant fall apart for Fnatic. 3 detained. I mean, Fnatic played the timing of the lockdown perfectly. You almost see them toying with the idea of giving one person up to YU's, but get another couple of seconds. And it could have gone either way.
Oh, yeah.
But the superstar for Wolves, once more, delivering a round victory, a crucial round victory to break the funds.
Okay, Wolves starting to heat up now. That is a sort of round that gives you confidence too, right? Adrenaline pumping, but they've got to stay cool under this. Kayak closing in now. He knows that Lysol was nearby. Spring in the meantime just got Crashes down. Lysol checks back in, and suddenly it all lines up here. From what was a drought of rounds in the first 2, The Wolves looking deadly.
Alpha's found space to play into.
Calling my bot.
Again, Sheriff in hand. Probably doesn't feel too confident digging any deeper. Spring's going to be the one to potentially feel this out. It's out on top now. Boaster left in the clutch. A 1v5 Arstov.
Imagine the dance he'd be doing after this one. Bloody hell, not going to be. Wolves. Mike, we actually might have a game here.
Step by step. Finding a response here on map 3 could be crucial. I've already seen a timeout from Fnatic. Certainly seen an adjustment, but the retake's looking very comfortable for Wolves. Able to weather the storm here on Lotus. Lysol sitting at 10 and 5. Still, ultimates available here. Juicy, Showstopper, Spring with the pit. It's on the side of Fnatic. Maybe hoping to see Kayak and Chronicle find a little success to get theirs online. Round 10 now. Not many chances left in this first half.
Now in a tempo change, it looks like we're about that 1 minute mark, 1:20, sorry, excuse me. And Fnatic looking like they want to head towards that C-site early here. Yeah, Paranoia's already gone in. So pace change on this one, flank on the way, Kayak in on the site. Still standing nearby with Spring, dealt with, deleted. Boaster, to make sure this is as secure as possible. Uh-oh, Kron. Oh my word, he's surrounded. He's revealed, he looks dead, and buried he is! Juicy.
Leaving nothing to chance.
Yep. They are pulling no punches now. Alpha waiting for the pressure to come back in here. Clean with it. Falls away, does his job.
Fnatic finding everything they need though. Crashies. 2 on the round for him. Lysol finds a response.
There it is. There it is. You don't get easy games against Fnatic, even if you are leading. Still threat throughout.
As well, G2 team to prevent Fnatic from actually having the advantage in the first half of Lotus, so Wolves already tracking ahead of that. Potential here. Well, I mean, still potential to go a little further. So 2-round advantage. Fnatic back on. It's a better purchase than we have seen in some of these rounds. Actually, Wolves outside. See sight here, Juicy. He's bested Kayak.
That is a beautiful shot from him. The fact that Alpha keeps his life is surprising as well, down on 10 HP. And then look at the space Spring wants to take. He's still walking up. Alpha sitting deeper, waiting! But Spring so good. Punishing that and giving Wolves the man advantage.
3v4 now for Fnatic. Try and find success towards A. Lysol shut down. Chronicle finds the entry. Actually, one away from the pit here. Do they want to cycle across and maybe give him the plant? Could be huge here to try and convert.
There it is. Oh, no.
Yeah, I thought maybe. They want to get 2 players deep up into heaven here. Maybe on the back of Crash's ultimate.
It's going to be spotted out, though, by the Prowler. You're waiting for the next layers of utility to be committed towards this. You don't take this lightly. Chronicle trying to stand guard. Going to make it hard work for them to work through this. They might have to be forced away. You can't get through here.
It will definitely slow things down on the retake. Elsewhere, jump spot from Crashy. Spot out YU, so all the information playing into Fnatic's hands. Crashy's found one. He's knocked down.
Oh, it's just lovely from Crashies. Slicing through Wolves, and I liked what Chronicle was doing as well, almost forcing them into that pathing.
Plenty of options here for Fnatic, like I said, on the back of Crashy's ultimate potentially. Wolves, these early wins, but Boaster always a threat in the mid-round if there's bodies still for Fnatic. Very consistent in turning the tides in their favor. Now just one round behind, and Wolves on an ugly purchase here in round 12.
I guess Lysol really is the one to watch, isn't he?
Juicy's here so early on, though.
That's true. And you're going to have the Viper split on the other side of the map, so almost trying to encourage play elsewhere. Hard to disrespect it, but Juicy might be on the money. He is! And no one there to trade that. Now, obviously, they don't know it. They don't know how much freedom they had on it. Quick upgrade, yeah, lovely. Dream come true for Wolves, but can they reset?
The confirmation of a second player here with the Prowler, but Paranoia sent through. Don't amount to too much. Wolves, they would peel away, disengage. Showstopper and the TP here for Boaster. Lysol actually with a quick check for the TP of his own. Wolves look as if they're confident in Reed here, and rightfully so.
Boombot gives Crashies the corner. That's enough. And now Alpha finding the next ledges again. That purchase was going to be weak at the best of times, but Fnatic finding their way forward and finding their footing here. Sufat, BB, and Spring, difficult to try and do anything with. It looks like this one is going to be tied up all even here. Alpha timing on the smoke drop there. Oh, this is dangerous, but it's fine. Bullets to the back to bring it back to 6 apiece. Fnatic not down and not out. Wolves showing signs of life.
For sure, yeah. And Fnatic, again, not familiar to playing from behind on Lotus. Able to course correct here at the end. Come out even pegging here.
Yeah, this is what we wanted though. A game between these two, a closer affair. See the best of both sides. Hopefully brought out throughout that second half coming up. But before we get there, we do have a treat with Bansili standing by with TCK10. We're going to head over there right about now.
Toronto, it is my honor to say that Cloud9 finally has international presence at a Valorant event. I'm joined by none other than TCK, content creator for Cloud9. TCK, how's it going? An honor to have you here today.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. I've been loving Toronto. I've been loving the city. I've been loving the food. I've eaten poutine 3 times already, and I love it. So yeah, it's really great to have all those beautiful audience here talking about Valorant and living it. Yeah.
I hate that you eat 3 poutines and it goes into your muscles, and me, it just goes into my gut. But I understand as well that, you know, you're a big-time streamer in Brazil. But for those that are tuning in here from Toronto and also from around the world, talk to us about your stream. What can we see when we actually watch your stream?
Okay, so crazy cosplays, maybe Viper cosplays, Reyna cosplays, and I've been also playing on Radiant. It's been a time now. Actually, I was the first guy who told Aspas to try Neon. You know, he was only playing Jet, so yeah, time 1, Brazilian server, lot of time.
And now you're also co-streaming with Saucy so far in the booth. How's the chat been going? Who are they going for in this game?
We're going for Fnatic. I mean, it's really nice to see them playing. We were kind of cheering for Wolves because of Sufat Baby. They are all really good energy. But we're cheering for Fnatic. I think they're winning. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Like, I would be a fan of Saucy, just seeing him play, and now being friends with him and talking everything about Valorant during co-stream. It's been really, really nice.
That's awesome. You just talked about Sufat Baby. He likes to show his muscles. Also, Boaster likes to show his muscles. So TCK, show me your muscles one more time as they're going to toss his back to the game.
Damn, it's just like you, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I really like that jersey, but I'm not sure. Carrying a little holiday weight.
Just checking in on the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, it's a much more even affair from the previous match.
Yeah, closely contested, obviously. No team really able to establish themselves other than that 4-round string along the way, but again, it was back and forth, it was trades, it was coming down to, you know, 1 or 2 players left standing, so financially, necessarily that snowball effect taking hold here. I guess looking forwards now, even affair, and yes, you're 2 maps down already, but sort of at the half time, it's a much more comfortable position for Wolves to find themselves in. Not necessarily pinning all hopes and dreams to a pistol and further conversions. see really what they can do with that.
Where are you? Wolves now on that attacking side. Sometimes been their strength throughout this.
And just as well, on Lotus Wolves have showed us the slowest formation of this default. Well, not Fnatic have really come away and I guess respect that enough to come up with some sort of game plan to address. Fnatic never usually wants to, I guess, push all in to the early round. We've already seen so far on Icebox and Split what they're capable of in the retake. It really is the cornerstone.
As it stands though, one singular turret is holding the entirety of the C site, and it's doing a fantastic job. Fnatic have all the players in the right places.
I think probably seeing that poison orb invested. Juicy core!
Oh, the C's was so sick! And the follow-up as well, Kayak's there! It's a shutout! The only success being YU with a bit of util.
Last player
Oh
standing.
man, this has been a complete and utter shutdown. Fnatic so prepared for this.
I thought it has slipped the net. You can see still eyes trained towards B main. 7 seconds on a smoke. He's got a sound cue here from Boaster. But again, look at the spike. Look what he has to do. He has to overcome, even regain possession of it.
10
Kayak's
seconds
like,
left.
I would like the orb, please. Yeah, it's going to be a glimmer of hope, but quickly extinguished. Fnatic start strong in this second now.
But looking like he's straight on a scope here. It's rough for Juicy. You see he's got the momentum here from the satchels, but tethered. Restricted in his movement.
Nice, I got my one
Clean
kill.
up though.
I'm happy. Almost.
From Fnatic and maintaining control of the spike, it's almost unrecoverable there, regardless of the outcome.
Can't let this tempo wane really though. If you're Wolves, you've got to keep up the pressure. Oh God.
Juicy caught, unconfirmed, but up to 15 HP. Costly retrieval of the orb.
Turret down.
Again, slow and steady. We know how Wolves like to play this. Probably the most tempered of their attacking sides. Just the classics. Not even a sheriff to write home about. So to try and divide and conquer now would be impressive. With Alpha on duty, on guard.
I saw making himself extremely skinny.
Oh dear, well.
Why are you not so much?
No, oh dear. Guys, don't feed Alpha, please don't feed Alpha. Out of all the players, don't let him have a round like, oh God, please! Somebody stop him! No!
Gelo, Alpajer, Aji.
Yeah, you're allowed to
Take
stand
a
up for that
bow!
one.
Take a bow for that one.
The fuck, man.
Oh, ridiculous scenes here on the anti-eco on C site.
The original Wonder Kid for a reason. Have a look at this one.
The stars align about
Their
now.
attacking sides. Not even a sheriff to write home about. Try and divide and conquer now would be
And a
impressive.
lot of respect from the other side of the stage as well.
Yeah, what are you meant to do about that one? Apart from smile and wave, right? 6 to 8.
Making himself
It's
extremely
timeout
skinny.
time. Straight away. Oh dear. And that better be a
Well, you're
down
not so much.
timeout too. Oh dear.
A few situations where you see
Don't
Wolves
feed
with both
Alpha,
timeouts
please
in the
don't
second
feed
half.
Alpha.
Actually
All the
feeling really
players,
confident about the game plan in
don't let
the
him have
first,
a round
but
like, oh
now just
God,
want to
please!
check
Somebody
it.
stop him!
Gelo, Alpajer, Aji.
You see the first piece of this
Take
line out.
a bow.
For Wolves. A bow for that one. And this could be the home stretch for Fnatic.
Ridiculous
scenes
here on the
anti-eco on C
step up to
side.
the
plate once more.
Original Wonder Kid. And that's the thing, isn't it, Mike? You're right, that's the point. That this next round feels like it's kind of the one that either opens up opportunities for Wolves They can maybe
Closes
build,
the door.
or it closes the door. And the issue is they don't have other maps to play with now. There's no more other halves. There's no more building it back.
And I hate to be ever the pessimist, but
Well,
the home stretch of this veto as well, it's not necessarily like, right, guys, let's get through Lotus.
We can
breathe a sigh of relief. So lots to consider here. Fnatic now looking to turn up the heat a little bit. Alpha, great progress towards the lockdown as well.
100%.
After a Cobra round. One of the flashiest Cobras we've seen in recent times. Looked like it was a decent connection on that.
Well, they've made it pretty far already. Unscathed, mostly. Big Spring taking a touch of damage, but that's barely it. Starting to feel that maybe they've crept a bit closer. Crashes wants to check. And they're ready to swing on this if they do get confirmation. Look how many players behind. Paranoia is ready. They've sprung the trap, and look at the info. It's perfect. But somehow, Juicy and Spring are the ones to come out on top there. I don't know how the hell that happens, but that is out of this world. Juicy just stepping up to the plate. The Cron's still here. Spots out one, surely. That swing from the smoke, inevitable it is.
Decisive from Spring.
Beautiful.
Spike
Alpha with
planted.
5 HP. I'm not a believer.
No?
No.
Alpha doesn't seem to be either.
Off he goes.
One away from the lockdown.
Placing
Doesn't
alarm
want
bot.
to chance
Can't
it.
use that yet. Time out.
Looking at the funds here. High up. 2,900, so a chance to potentially an operator here if it lines up.
I still just don't know how it started off in favor to Wolves there, Mike, because it felt like Fnatic kind of felt that, okay, maybe they've progressed deep enough. We want to, get that haunt going. We want to, get the paranoia on that. I'd love to see that again, kind of from the side of Wolves almost in a way, to see how that kind of unfolded, and they somehow got away with it. Now again, Juicy then getting to sight, diffing down Kayak, fair play. It's just that start, because it felt like Fnatic had the right idea, so I really want to pay attention to this one again. Okay, just close enough by, and they just power forward, they speed up off it. Nice reaction, actually.
Yes. Almost flipping the script on this trap play. Fnatic tried to set up. Even here, it might just seem like garbage time in terms of that kill there, but Spring not allowing any further threat to develop.
Yeah.
The Wolves find an early response, keep it within touching distance. And the purchase still there for Fnatic. Three stacked up, and it's another entry found for Wolves. And a second double down once more.
Maybe the fairy tale isn't over yet. Chronicle, Poster, and Alpha have a decision to make. How much of a stand do we want to take here? It's difficult to make work with the buy that they have, but yeah, no way. Juicy just running rings around Poster in that one. Alpha closing in.
Oh, he's going for this.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That's both reining him back in.
Look, the Eco Cobra can work two ways. The confidence sky high, but then sometimes you do want to go for a 2v4. And it's sketchy with the money, right? We're right on the ropes for Fnatic. Keeping these two weapons would be fantastic for them. For now, slowly does it. The Wolves starting to find a bit of a rhythm. Scoreline looking likely to be even. Kron trying to punish maybe some of his exits. He's gone down.
Yeah, I think, in this situation, he's looking for the upgrade from the Guardian. The poison fruit lying ahead of him. Alf standing his ground. A little bit of damage conceded. Force a shield repurchase, the bare minimum.
8
You're
to
right,
8.
tied up.
Just that glimpse went up. Bloody hell.
I mean, Spring has given up on that spray.
Yeah.
Found it on the final bullet.
Let's go, boy. Well play, well play.
Okay.
Wolves. Feeling as if they've maybe found themselves a
Yeah, a little something. to not be affected by the kind of Odin spam, still be able to scale up, is quite impressive, honestly, because a lot of teams struggle with that.
But again, looking to try and explore these early engagements towards A site. Now Fnatic playing a little deeper, almost actually with the placement of utility from Alpha, reading a pivot towards B this time around. Maybe a chance here to tuck 3 members into sight. Wolves not getting what they want this time around in terms of a free entry.
Yeah, a lot of bodies here. That's a little bit dangerous now. Juicy's trying to be toyed with, but he's so calm. Good control though from Alpha and Crashes on the spacing on the swing. Now it's down to Spring trying to pick up some of those pieces. Because they actually haven't got the weapon upgrades. I thought they might have time on that, but they don't. Spike is trailing its way around this map here.
Boaster's going to get ahead of this though. Why you going to relay that information? It might even catch Crashies in spawn
Here's
here.
pinged though. Yeah, really heads up. Don't know what gave it away, but pinged out on the minimap.
Now they know with Spring's position, he was going to be the late round piece here. Chronicle's going to be the one gifted the rifle. Still, the threat of one member of Fnatic staying put here, but plant will come through. 10 seconds left, so just in time to establish themselves in a post.
Yeah, but that paranoia is scary. So, and you've been throwing Crashes as well with that horn, that sees.
A second upgrade here. This is huge.
It certainly is. How'd you win this one? Spring with just that. Nobody util left.
The Chronicles what he did.
And now that's 2, maybe 3 positions given away though. They've got to know now where they're coming from. But does it make any difference here? Spring trying to be cool under pressure. Down on 1 HP, but he's lost Fat Baby. This is down on Spring in a 1v3. Time is ticking. Oh, Spring! Wait.
Does he know?
Wait.
Does he know?
Wait. Oh, Booster! When Fnatic needed him, he plays it just right.
The penny drops here for Spring. But Boaster finds a response. Beautiful recovery here. I mean, Wolves did everything right, even with a few hiccups along the way. I mean, Spring lining up the 2 kills there. Just when you think Boaster
That's the round we need, boys. Nice.
channeling that clutch factor.
And that unlocks the operator. He's got that ult ready again. Still there for Alpha. Crashy's only 1 away. Couple of key pieces. Kayak 1 off his ult as well. Deep line taken by Boaster. Kayak clearing through that B main position. Prowler comes in. Boaster backs away here.
Potentially a pinch here, and actually Showstopper popped really early. Potentially catch the front lines of Fnatic, but Spring somehow finds the back of Crashy's head.
Yeah, but Kayak isn't letting that go unanswered. Punishing Juicy on the other side. Spring's lurks, man. We've all heard about them, but seeing them in motion is just fantastic. Just carving out a path towards the A site, but do they want that? Now lurks on lurks. Fat BB could potentially be in a great position as the checkmate endgame. There's still danger on this plant. Still threats until then. Spring's having a round. Chronicle and Boaster's options dwindle to near on 0 now.
Chronicle actually picking up the operator here, going to try and tuck away from it, but Boaster walks into Fat BB. Now the operator a chance for him to be overwhelmed. He would have get away from the reveal, but you're going to see Fat BB on the hunt. Shut down here, Chronicle. Find a consolation.
Look at the Wolves hunting this one down, though. Pretty close by here. Kron focused. Oh! They find him. Operator gone. Back all even now.
No. Oh, neither team, sorry. Going to find an opportunity to stabilize here in the second half. Exchange back and forth now will draw out a timeout from Fnatic. Decent position in terms of the ultimates here.
Let's go!
Even more so Potentially Chronicle can get his online. And looking towards potentially round 20 in terms of any game plan adjustment, but again, we're teetering on the edge here. Wolves once more taking the lead, and they're looking very flush. The pockets are full. Only got CU Fat BB and Spring's ultimate, but again, have a big buffer here.
And again, it's great to see. You know, we've been kind of talking about Spring's ability to find that great timing on the lurks and that pressure that he's able to bring. Haven't seen it being like the kind of focal point, but it's been something I've been waiting to see if it comes into effect. And here, it was just fantastic. It felt like Crash was completely unawares of that possibility, that he was going to be waiting around that side of the map. Again, first time we've really seen pressure towards that C side, that kind of, you know, opposite swing of the pendulum. So, for now, Fnatic are going to have to suffer through this round, right? At most, you're going to get a sheriff, or probably not even that at this point. Why would you? Beyond that, though, yeah, those ults are there, but this could be 10 for Wolves. It should be 10 for Wolves.
Absolutely. The showstopper here, though, for Kayak. There's a couple of tools available that Fnatic can maybe find a one-for-one. Weaken the numbers of the Wolves. Speaking of weaken the numbers, Spring trimming the fat outside A. And already showstopper off the table here.
Yeah, that was that kind of like X factor that maybe could have come in. Now are not going to catch, so they may not be aware that there's more bodies behind this. There's still 2 other players here, but the C is going to contain. And why are you going to catch Alpha on the push-up? This is really well done. Again, it is only against those pistols. Lucky boy. I mean, he had to go. Yeah. Good luck right now.
Pick your poison.
This is good stuff, though, from Wolves.
Then keep 5 alive, so bolstering the finances here in the home stretch of Lotus. Chronicle. This is glimpse of Lysor. Again, no real chance for him to try and find progress towards the pit. Just a classic in hand. See a little grin on the face from Chronicle. He knows the inevitable is coming. Why you want to find it? Flawless round victory here for Wolves. Edging closer and closer to keeping this series alive.
But this was the round the timeout was for. This is the round with ults. This is the round with the buy. But it would just bring Fnatic back to, you know,
it's kind of got to be clean here from Fnatic. Yeah. They want to really get a round in hand now with Wolves on double digits. Again, huge advantage in terms of this ult cycle, but look what's on the brink for Wolves as well. Plenty of opportunities for them, but Boaster finally shutting down Spring.
Yeah, almost calling up his own number, right? That was tailor-made to take him out of it. Don't like that, look. Don't like what you're doing to us here. We're going to manhandle that in a moment's time. So now Wolves left with the 4. Don't have that backline pressure now. Freeze up these rotations too.
Fnatic now can almost adjust towards a top-heavy site execution here. Potentially the back of Alpha. Second guessing the TP, actually near-sighted here, but Kayak found a kill.
How the hell did Kayak get a kill there? I do not know. But cleared out in the end, crashes heat. Lysor? You got a 1v2 though. You got 50 seconds.
He's got the TP. A chance to peel away, but not taken. 2 left standing. As the Operator and the Odin maintained.
They got the full house now though, Volts, Mike. They got everything.
We'll have to, I mean, you almost want to see him play into something to maybe ride the pit. Beautiful isolation here. So one time Spring's left on his own, doesn't deal with the reveal, and he's caught with his pants down here, ahead of getting anything in motion towards A. It's been really the focal point for this early round aggression, and Spring getting himself into, I mean, call it a lurk, but a very early on lurk.
Are they getting this? Oh my god, whoa, look at Juicy! Flying through the air! No hesitation! rotation in mind, takes the space and takes the site. Spike now can trail up as well. TP gets taken. That's Boaster trying to get a bit closer.
Whoa.
Spotted. Juicy now knows these two. Still controlling a lot of space on this site. You're looking at Spring again, a new look on the lurk here. Juicy plays it forward, still gonna find him. Kai trying to play it back through, does not get what he needs. And now Lightsaw in the back lines, keeping this one safe. This is perfect, and Wolves back in business.
A pace change completely catching Fnatic off guard. This is one where we said they had a huge advantage. TB burnt up, showstopper invested, doesn't land for Kayak, who struggled here on Lotus to really find his footing. A couple of operator kills here and there, but another 2K from Lysol swings this back in Wolves' favor. And around to the good now. A chance to find themselves map point on the brink here.
This half has been great though from Wolves, maybe identifying the amount of bodies behind that util just to isolate Spring. Instantly they pivoted towards that pacey C hit. Now though, seeing the buy broken. Bits and bobs, Sheriffs, Guardians, Stingers, Lysor on duty with Juicy. They do well to deal with the aggression from Kayak, want to be a difference maker. Not going to get it this round, and a lovely patient default from Wolves.
Back to their trademark approach here. In round 22, Boaster. Curious. With a dip away though, and a stinger in hand.
Poison's off.
Again, a kill, maybe two. Fnatic might decide to invest here, but again, don't expect Wolves to give these weapons away.
This is the right read though. You're looking at Wolves. They found the weak point. Players will be careful with the weaponry, I guess. There is a couple of threats, but clean with it. I don't think he saw Kron though. No, he didn't, so he's got to be careful now. Backs away, he's done his job here. Doesn't need to overextend or overstay. You can see what they want. They want to take that weapon away. But Lysol's done what he needed to. Denies any pushback through from that waterfall side.
Now, Fnatic, well, it's Boaster and Crashy's left to try and pin their hopes on some exits. Don't expect Wolves now to relinquish any of this control. Goes up, does actually tag onto Boaster, I believe. Yeah, you can see here. Oh, you see, able to find it on the first, but Crashy does convert.
I mean, Juicy's one up from the ult now as well. You got a couple of key ones coming online for what could be the slam dunk round. Juicy's on the prowl. He wants this one. Boaster's just trying to keep his head tucked down.
You can see
Nice.
Juicy laughing. The Wolves get themselves to 12. Fnatic now to put up a final stand here on Lotus. He could argue still a slight advantage with these ultimates, but gaps in the utility, light shields here. Odin in the hands of Boaster.
Oh, that could be deadly. Okay.
Almost bait them
Boaster.
back into maybe explore towards finding Spring.
Oh god, this is so risky. Boaster! Risk is rewarded. Finds one, but instantly traded to Wolves! Eating the goats alive! Chronicle and Alpha, the last two left to try and hold on to this map. But they want this bad, Wolves. They felt what it's like on the other side of things in those first two maps, but now, Alpha, are you gonna dig deep here for me? You show us what you got? No! Blown to pieces! Is Kron the last one standing? And Wolves not done yet!
13 to 10 here on Lotus. Wolves once more proof of life shown. Confidence on display here. Juicy had a fantastic performance here. Spring as well. We'll have to see if they can ride this train throughout the series.
might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane, be insane, be insane, be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. You don't know me like that. You come around with all that. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. You know my wallet stay fat. I'm thumbing through the stacks like that. You know I get like that. You know I pull up like that. You know my wallet stay fat. I'm thumbing through the stacks like that. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane. I might be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane.
Wolves hold on in map 3, showing great tenacity there on a map that's been phenomenal for Fnatic overall. Now, I've got a telestrator that I want to break down one of the very early rounds, round 6, that really saw Wolves start to get a bit of momentum going and a demonstration of what they wanted to do. Now, both of these teams were looking to counterpunch. You can see here that it's 1 minute 33 in the round, still 10 seconds in, and nobody's really done anything yet. They're waiting for the other team to have a play to make. So, on a timing, Wolves are going to re-clear over towards Rubble. Fnatic are slow and cautious and end up getting pushed out of Rubble here. They don't want to take the fight. Big C's nade there over towards Rubble as well. Now, as Fnatic get back into A on their attack side, there's a very common way they normally do this. They contact up behind Chronicle's Viper wall. So you get to take a look at it here. They get in behind the defender's setup with this smoke, and then as this wall goes up, it provides a bit of an opportunity for them to sneak onto unusual angles. What Fnatic are looking for here is that they're expecting there to be a player at this back Rubble area, and maybe a player over here towards Root who's going to be jump spotting. That is not what Wolves go for. Wolves instead, as you can see, are really pushed up. They're playing these aggressive angles on either side of the smoke, trying to catch the timing as Fnatic drop the wall. So as you can see here, Kayak, he's pushed up deep, hoping to find that pinch on the player. The paranoia flies way past these Wolves guys, and the crunch is in on the choke point. Yes, it's a 3v3 in the end, but crucially, Wolves keep control of Rubble. And as we accelerate this round a little bit further forwards, you can see that Wolves set up
close to the choke points again on C. So here, you've got players tucked as a crossfire on either side and catch Alpha yet early on. They're not playing back, they're not allowing Fnatic into these post-plant scenarios where Fnatic will look just absolutely immaculate. They're trying to take the game in some of these rounds a little earlier, a little more aggressive, showcasing some really good understanding of the ways in which Fnatic want to work around the map. Fnatic have played this map so many times across years and years with very similar compositions. So you should be able to have some idea of how to beat them. But my God, actually executing on that is so difficult. So for further commentary on what happened in the rest of this game, I'm going to send things down to Golden Boy, Kakuka, and Mimi, who are standing by in the audience to give you a feel of what's happening.
Thank you so much for that, Josh. Yeah, we decided to hang out, be amongst the people. Ain't that right, Toronto? Love it, love it. All right, let's go ahead. I know, this is amazing. Let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw in that game, folks, because look, it seems like the Wolves got a little bit of life left in them here, Mimi, and what we ended up getting was, well, we're going to map 4, and the Wolves, if anything, have developed maybe just a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, Josh is talking about how they've managed to beat Fnatic in some of those rounds on their defense side, but I was really impressed with the attack as well. I think they exploited a gap Fnatic has sometimes, where the way that they're playing A is a lot of rounds they'll show some kind of early presence, but they're really only leaving Boaster there, and he's really willing to like TP back and give that space. And Spring, as a lurker in that second half, did such a great job of taking these timings, pushing into A, lot of times getting that pick into Boaster, and if not, just getting that space without having to invest a ton of utility, because Fnatic is not heavy holding it, and that did so much for them to call around these attack sides and come back into this game.
Yeah, but it all started in the first half, as we are seeing right there, with some crazy clutches that Wolves will always give us. But as we can see here is about the second half, and I think that a part of the map that was very contested, this A side, from both of the attackers and defenders, throughout the entirety of the map, this was the biggest pain point for them. But as you're saying, Spring and the way that he was roaming around the map, the way that they were showing the presence, and also going up against a very well-measured defense that Fnatic was putting there. Also, identifying Kayak where he's with the operator, where he's going to or not going to be finding the effect.
You see the first kills there, 15-8 in favor of Fnatic. I think the majority of that is coming from Spring and Juicy on that attacking side. Spring's been great all series, but Juicy needed a bit of a step up here, and I think he really proved himself on the race, looked super strong here on Lotus, and that kind of confidence is what they need to go deeper in this lower final.
I think that more importantly in that graphic, we saw Wolves succeeding in those after plans, in those post plans, right? Something that we have not seen, because Fnatic have been very, very good at those retakes, and actually Fnatic being the ones faulting at that.
And they learned from their mistakes a little in Icebox. They were giving too much space to allow Fnatic to play those set retakes with the Sage. Here, Wolves, in more of those rounds, was fighting up, being more willing to be a little bit aggressive and disrupt those retakes, which is something we were talking about heading into this game.
Yeah, you know, you gotta, truth be told, just walk up to them and bop them in the face. You can't give them the space to be able to do whatever they want to do, right? One of those individuals who's been absolutely fantastic in that regard has been Spring. This guy has truly been bringing it here, and this is exactly what the team needed to take them to map 4.
The entirety of the day, but the multi-kills and the impact that he finds in most of the rounds, looking forward to the rest of the series, he is going to be one of the most important and crucial pieces for this Wolves roster to take us to a map number 5. It might be the 21st of June, but I can tell you Spring is not over yet.
Yeah, just past the summer equinox, doesn't matter for him, or the summer solstice rather.
Learned a lot about science today.
Still his season.
Right. Or seasons.
Yeah.
Whatever. Maybe just keep going.
It is science. It is.
It's all cyclical.
Look at these stats, so 300 ACS from your Viper player. No one else in the tournament is doing that but Spring and maybe Chronicle, who, by the way, is Valorant's winningest player of all time. This is Spring's first global, and he's performing the way he is.
Dude, and you can hear the crowd right now. Sufat Baby's playing to the audience here. You know, you also have a lot of the Fnatic fans doing the same exact thing. It is electric in this venue, but now this is where things get very, very dangerous. You're one stop away from forcing this map 5, Kakuka, and Wolves, they're right there on the precipice.
Exactly. If you are Wolves, you manage to secure this Lotus, and in my opinion, they have a better chance of getting Ascent that they had of getting Icebox. Yes, Fnatic has been showing that they're very strong on this map. This new look that they're showing with the chamber, with the Vice, I like it. But on the side of Wolves, with the Deadlock, with the double Sentinel, they've looked so good.
I really like their double sentinel on this map. We're talking about Fnatic being a team that loves playing post plants, and there's no comp that's more disruptive to that than when you're playing this deadlock. You get set up, you have a wall, you have sensors, you have all of these tools to close out post plants on your attacking side. And earlier in the tournament, we've seen Fnatic struggle against deadlock teams. When they played Genji on Sunset, for example, I think their timings on how they like to play their retake got really disrupted by that agent. So I'm looking for them to be a bit quicker in those retakes, be more willing to play Flood and not just always go into these set retakes they're known for.
They're gonna need more than just being quick, because we've been seeing the way that Lysor has been playing with the deadlock, and it's not going to be easy once the spike is down. Oh, wrong video game.
He's got the right Vandal.
Yeah. I like the fit, I like it. But as I was saying and thinking of Ascent, one of the things that I'm also really enjoying about Wolves is that you might think that because of the performance that they've had this tournament, they might have peaked already. But what they showed right now on stage is they still have it. They are still hungry. They were not scared of those early engagements. And looking at Ascent, looking at them starting on the attack, that's exactly what they need. Do not be scared. Go for them.
And this is where the pressure starts to mount a little bit for Fnatic, dropping a map that has always been one of their absolute best. I look in the rest of this series to Kayak, who is outstanding maps 1 and 2, but I think really slowed down there on Lotus, had a bit of a rougher go of things. He's a rookie player, remember, only just won Ascension last year with Apex before taking this opportunity to join Fnatic. This is the biggest game of his career, no doubt, and he needs to step up and show us that form that brought them through maps number 1 and 2.
No, and also, too, this is really where you got to lean on the IGLs. You got to lean on someone like Boaster. Keep the focus for the team, right? Get them ready for this game. They know what's on the line here. They know that there's an opportunity for them to make it to another global final. They're only one step further from doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the pressure might be getting a little bit to them. As we said, we went into the third map with very concise wins from the side of Fnatic, even thinking that this could be over in a 3-0 fashion, and it would be so sad because of the show that Wolves have been giving us. We deserve more. They deserve more.
I couldn't agree more with that one. And of course, I'm sure all these people in Toronto deserve more. Ain't that right, Toronto? Love it. You know these players want to force that map 5 for the Wolves, but it's going to be difficult because Fnatic, we saw in those first 2 maps, Mimi, just how decisive they were time and time again. Wolves are going to need to dig deep, just like what we saw them do on Lotus.
They will, but they already showed they can by going down 0-2 in this series, winning a map that was heavily favored for their opponents. Now they go into an Ascent that they are good at, that they feel comfortable on. Their key players, Spring and Juicy, are stepping up in performance. If they can just keep that energy, they have a real shot of bringing the series back.
I couldn't agree more. All right, well, we're getting ready for this agent select here in a moment, and we'll dive into that. But I kind of want to get a vibe for the crowd, see how you guys feel. You guys want to see Wolves force a map 5? Or do you guys want to see Fnatic close it out here and now?
I'm not sure. I think you should do it again.
I think we should do it again.
Yeah,
do you want to see Wolves force a map 5? Or do you want Fnatic to end it here and now? You love to see it, Mimi. This crowd is electric. They're ready for this one. But gotta wonder, is it gonna be a little bit too much for the Wolves to have to deal with here as we get ready for Agent Select?
If they've done one thing well this tournament, it's funneling the energy of the crowd into success. Sufat, baby, is great at that. Here's your comps. It's the same thing for Wolves that we were talking about, Bea. They're locking in that deadlock. Fnatic locking in that chamber. Both double sentinel looks, but 2 comps that end up playing pretty differently.
You have to love that we're in 2025 and we're getting this compositions on Ascent. This is no boring no more, not same old, different perspectives, different approaches coming in from the teams. But we have to, and as we have done throughout the day, be looking at those duelists. Kayak needs to go back on that form. Juicy, especially from the attack, relies a lot on the rest of his teammates. But I do feel that this squad from Wolves, these 5 agents, to me, is a lot of comfort in them.
It absolutely is. For Fnatic, though, I have to look at Alphaya. He has arguably been the best player for Fnatic in this tournament. And there's no doubt that the best agent he has played this tournament has been the map where he is Chamber on Ascent. That was a new comp that they brought for Masters Toronto, and it has been so successful. He's been so individually talented on that role. He's the guy who could close this out for Fnatic.
Yeah, very well so, right? We saw and we heard from him the other day. He said, if I'm shooting, then I'm winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Chamber is the kind of agent that allows him to go absolutely insane. Do not forget that ace that we saw from him just in the previous map. Despite Fnatic losing, that is not going to tear Alpha down.
All right, Toronto, let's see if we get ourselves a map 5 and send this back over to your casters. And I'm going to say it right this time. It's Handsy.
You nailed it. Absolutely spot on, but a belting map here, right? The absolute kingdom of Alpha, the Wonder Kid. On that Chamber, he's looked mental. I mean, off the charts, something different. But we've seen it a couple times now. We've gotten a bit more used to it. But we're not the ones in the server, Mike. It's on the Wolves. Can they handle this version of Fnatic?
Absolutely got themselves a taste for blood, toppling Fnatic home territory on Lotus. Now, can they follow through? And Fnatic, always a team that leaves you with your heart in your throat almost. Wolves, can they capitalize on that? Pounce on this opportunity to take us even further in this series. All starts here now to build upon that success they found already.
Yeah, Wolves going to begin things on that attacking side. Of course, then meaning Fnatic on the defense. The early exchange limited from both sides. Slow stuff from Wolves. We'll be trying to get a bit of a read on what Fnatic might be up to.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, is in terms of a real counter to a chamber, right? It's unorthodox in terms of the positioning and timings of some of these peaks. So expect Wolves to be very cautious here on the attack.
Well, you've got to be, right? It's still getting to grips with this composition, what they want to do. Hard to find comfort. Presence. Cat is at least going to trigger the wall, but the pressure and the final destination looks like that B site, but there's bodies here, Mike.
Paranoia slows him down on the way in, but a response found here. Lysor can isolate Chronicle. He will fall.
Oh, forcing him forward. They're going to try and flood early. Fnatic forced to fight and they win out to an extent. But back in the mix, Wolves try and find stability down that cat side. The kayak slipped through. Are they even aware of the possibility? Caution being displayed, kayak. That new gun, that young blood, switch side. Is Alpha now in a 1v3 with 10 seconds. Might be a little techie with this. Not going to happen, Wolves. Big start.
Again, something touched on by the desk. Look for Lysor to be the factor to really put the pressure on Fnatic in terms of their approach to the retakes. In terms of shutting down on those points of entry. His utility is so key to Wolves' success. I guess on the flip side of that, looking towards Fnatic, maybe finding clean engagements. Oh, that was paused in real time, but the screen was still moving.
Oh, a little bit of mid-pressure here. Hold on, Fnatic might be going walkabouts. And it's free food for Wolves, it looks like. It's Alpha who's the one who's deadly, really, in this scenario. Maybe Chron 2 does have that Sheriff. Ooh, why you? He's happy with that, though, still alive.
Alpha's pursuing further.
Damn.
I think maybe reading that this rotation has come through and the Crashes and Chronicle to maybe try and complement that.
Oh, they're being herded, man. Alpha. Oh my God.
Oh, he didn't get a connection on a second.
I thought that second
it's
looked
tagged,
sharp,
yeah, but no headshot.
No, now they got issues, right? Oh, that's a far fight to be had against every weapon that outdoes his classic at this point. But they're so unwilling to go towards B. You can imagine why, right? You can imagine there's going to be a stack here. You can imagine there's going to be presence here, and there is. YU does very well to thread the needle straight up middle. Did they dare try and pivot through? It's a risky move. It's a messy bit of Val. But they've actually managed to navigate away from most of the threats. Until now, Quan couldn't land it. They're trying to get that spike away, get it to safety, Sherpa it over towards that A site.
Alpha tanked up, down to 30 HP, but has got himself a Guardian now. Retrieved all the way from spawn.
Oh no. Why does this feel like the death of them? 13 seconds, but he passed up towards tree instead. Whoa!
Alcatraz with the TP as well. Big ring for him to play in.
What's that post plant looking like? Okay, pretty standard, right? Stat down to hell, that's it. They're much beyond that, slow and steady. They walk up. Oh my good God, Alpha. Every step feels deadly. And this is a bit of a problem here. Can't be denied. A little bit of room to stack up on, though. And now it feels so likely they're down here. Alpha falls even just Kron, and he ain't got it in him. Oh, that got so sketchy for just that headhunter.
Ever a threat. But YU, a 3K from him to find success here in the second round. Had to try to draw blood. Able to maintain control of this round. Will weaken the purchase here for sure for Wolves.
Let's go, Juicy, Izzo!
There's going to be 2 rifles on the table here for them. One being a Guardian in the hands of Juicy. Fnatic fully flush in terms of their purchase. Oh, flash out, actually. The recon does catch. Juicy will fall. YU to follow. Alpha. A chance at the third, but just can't find it.
Mechanically, always a treat. They slow the roll a little now. Wolves maybe looking to try and avoid Alpha. Maybe not a bad shout.
Spring and see if that BB will try and take control here of A main. Deal with some of the utility on the way in. Paranoia in response here. Actually a ping here on recon, but no conversion. Kayak forced back 7 HP. Now the Aldrone comes up. Alpha has to get out of dodge.
Yeah, they're being slippery about this, but Boaster commits to it. Goes down for it too. Gives over the upgrade, but a 2v4 now is difficult. And Alpha looking like he's in control here.
30
Very difficult
seconds
position for Sufat BB. Position on main unaccounted for, really. Yeah, the checkmate in the end. Crashy, security to be had.
Tough to really pin down another member of Fnatic there. Hunter's Fury available here though in round 4. Early progress from CUFAT BB. Yeah, Alpha, perfect timing on the ping here. Boaster slipping into a position on health. This is harder for Wolves.
Bring me the hunger, bring me the passion.
Boaster desperately trying to rally the troops here on Ascent. Alpha already on that tour de force, so we'll try and take control of mid here.
Not going to, How close do you sit on this? That temptation.
Enemy mark.
The confidence, and it is quelled. Lysor off the rip. Takes away the big man himself, opening up the map to possibilities now.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities. YU actually slipping into a very deep position here as the rest of Wolves head towards short. Potentially an ace split on the cards. Yes, Kayak will have his hands full, finds the first, gets the second as well. That's the spike down in main.
Such control, and crashes in that counter swing on the other side, still taken down. 3v2, but that spike, Mike, is the biggest problem in Kayak. Looking like a killer right now, yeah. Ooh,
that's sort of a slow peek here, yeah.
You can't be doing that. YU, what are you meant to do? The obstacle course just to get the spike in your hands. It was near on impossible.
30 seconds, yeah, plenty of time, sure, but there's just so many question marks here. Chronicle shut down any hope. Wow, the youngster needing a couple of confidence builders. Just what you need for Kayak to get back online in this series.
Scary though, isn't it? It's like cool, they've taken down Alpha and then suddenly Kayak's got you this, the second. It was almost pre-fire on that swing. Like,
yeah.
See if BB, what are you meant to do?
30 seconds left.
Scary.
Side up here, Wolves reset. couple of sheriffs to throw in here. Ultimate, sure, but not necessarily an opportunity to invest these off-rip. Maybe variables to look towards depending on how this progresses, but yeah, up here quick, Lauren.
Yeah, Alpha gonna take first contact. Blazing Kayak gets a look at this. Systematic. Every step the Wolves wanted to take was covered. Oh god, Alpha's hungry too. Anti in a little more, but might have to spread the wealth here a bit. They're looking vulnerable, and Alpha's looking confident. Yeah, that's why it looked too easy almost there, Mike. Every layer considered.
Fnatic will take the lead here.
I demand what I'm owed.
Alpha sit at 7-4. Chance here to potentially find a response. But then an absolute stranglehold set up here on the anti-eco from Fnatic. No real opportunity. So Wolves were happy to kind of just walk up and
nice boys, come on boys.
almost bear the brunt of any setup in mid.
Both are getting a bit more vocal as well.
Yeah.
He's kind of been very composed until this point. Those first two maps look like, okay, business as usual. We've been here, no worries.
Potentially indicative of, you know, maybe reading the room in terms of that loss on the previous map. And again, I don't think Fnatic are ever a team that walk in and go, yeah, we're going to 3-0 this series.
No,
but for sure, he's the leader that could potentially put everybody back on the same hymn sheet. I was just saying here, again, these ultimates are a little awkward to kind of set things up. But certainly late round pieces here as Fnatic, I mean, look, in just a moment at the cushion they've already got behind them.
Yeah, 7K on Boaster.
Boaster down at 7,300, Chronicle at 6,900. Everybody else sitting above 3,500 basically.
But a competitive start to things, as long as Fnatic don't start taking these rounds completely away, right? It's still early days at 3-2. Cross map. Now let's see what the answer is. You can already see that Alpha wants to be involved in this.
He's already got the upgrade here, passed across from Boaster.
On the corner.
It's going forwards.
Respecting Util enough to back away though. Just in that deeper line, not by much. There's 3 players here.
Wolves just want to potentially set a little bit of utility up here on B main. So implying that, yeah, as the pings would confirm. Split. Let's try and get behind Alpha. No confirmation just yet. See if that may be looking for something with the drone. Won't find anything, but we'll isolate the trip here in Pizza.
Still nervous for him trying to get past Alpha. Forced off, nice, really good start there.
Big damage actually, Alpha down to 43.
That's huge, and they want to speed up on this, and rightly so, but Chronicle then plays it ahead. The wall in play, and now they're scattered and down to 3. Crashies then invest the ult from the back lines.
Next on to YU.
Plenty of problems now. Being stalled out somewhat on the cross towards the site. Looking for that reveal, not going to get it, but actually there it is. Oh, Chronicle! Just safe as houses on the site. Fnatic are not going to make this easy. Wolves have to dig deeper than that.
Almost a split decision there that Recon sent up and 2 bail out, 1 left. Stand his ground, it was Lysort. Connection from Crashies here, absolutely crucial. Just to isolate a player, but also confirm the kill. Chronicle crispy on the cleanup. Wolves right back in the firing line now. A Stinger, 2 Sheriffs. Some of those ultimates already relinquished.
Yeah, you're going to start seeing Wolves really put through their paces here. This is the reinvented Fnatic, right? A new look, but a great shot. Oh! Come on then, more of that, and then we're game on. Okay, Alpha. Someone else was having too much fun, were they? It's the Alpha show, apparently. It's right. given a bit of room here. Does he find Boaster? It looks like he might do. And he gap closes. Brilliant from Spring. With the support system in place, it feels like you can't get away from Chronicle. And actually, it is just Alpha now. They've made something out of this. Oh, what a shot! 2 more. He's on for it. Oh my god, they almost lined up. No way, Alpha! So many weapons. He's just going through the gun game. And he just wants to get out of there, Juicy. What do you do now? Tries to reset the tempo. 1 bullet to put to the body. 1 player to find. He's trying to do it right. Alpha needs to steady the nerves. Land, the shot, a miss. And now he knows the upper hand goes to Juicy here. Just on that Sheriff. Trying to toy with him. Juicy again does it well. Calm and collected. Wolves not out of it yet.
MasterCard thrifty conversion here from Wolves. And Alpha made to look human. And now 1v1. I mean, you can see just the moment this turns. Alpha, a shake of the head.
Last player standing.
He said so many weapons at his disposal. Yeah, Juicy. Cool, calm, collected.
That was the second kill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those where you're like, cool.
Just to remind you, yeah. That's...
And that's why you saw CFAT BB being up there, giving him, you know, that encouragement, wanting him to do well. It's only going to help matters. But for Wolves, it was a hard-fought 4 round. They were only on pistols, Mike. It wasn't much to really
what was
work
it? 1
with.
stinger to bring into
yeah,
that?
something like that.
2 Sheriffs alongside it. Could tip the scales back in their favour. Alpha back on an operator though. Shut down here, Juicy. Making Fnatic's own operator work against them.
That's a confidence builder as well for Juicy. As said, quiet until that last round. Now starting to feel a bit more momentum. Slow build towards A creeping in. But they heard the rattle of the op, do they continue pathing towards that site?
Why are you looking for something in mid? We'll catch a glimpse of Crashies. Keep him in check for the time being. Boaster is trying out paranoid to try and slow things down.
He's got an angle, and he's quick with it. Needs to get a second here. Support on the way, but he falls. Boaster next on the chopping block. Overwhelmed, but still delivering. Great shot towards Spring. Not standing alone, but backs away.
30 seconds on his recon, so retake timing going to be really awkward. And yeah, I think the awareness there from Fnatic that potentially a trap laying in wait from Lysor's utility. The ultimate coming through from Kayak could open things up for Fnatic.
Seems like they're almost trying to ignore it. Don't know if it's going to know the player off-site. It does. Absolutely does. Oh, no! The Fool's foul to the utility in the end. That's devastating. You can see Wolves scrambling now. Kayak giving them a way back in for Fnatic. Boaster removing 1. Lysor, 7 bullets. No way. Boaster's there. Big plays from the main man. And a little bit of a fumble in the end as it felt like Kayak was very vulnerable, but survived.
Almost friendly fire.
Yeah.
Of course, YU's downfall. A crazy turn of events on short towards Tree. Beautiful from Boaster though.
Oh, that's got to be gutting.
Clean up, precise. Unfortunately, Wolves back to square one in terms of the finances.
That swing around, Mike, it's staring at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that blip in the 7th, brilliant. It was exciting.
They've not really chipped away at the finances, is the issue. We talked about early on that cushion being there.
Oh, and Kayak spotted this. That's 2. That's the alarm bells ringing, but it's Boaster left alone.
Let's have the paranoia, so again, you've seen him throw it out time and time again to try and slow things down. Able to TP away this time around, up towards Heaven. Safety in numbers here for Fnatic, but Wolves swarm the site.
These post plants, they've been still struggling to hold, right? It's not easy. And the flood coming back through Tree, it looks like. Look at the players getting ready. 3 of them there. Now 4. And that ult is an issue for Wolves. Down on the pistols, down on the secondaries. Kayak kicks down the door, takes away Spring. Boaster, outrageous! Just goes for it to turn all the eyes towards him. The three still standing, they're still holding on. YU tries it, Juicy now. Last one alive, falls to his knees. Fnatic looking solid in these retakes.
Cleaned up once more. 3 left standing. Again, the finances swelling further. 6-3 the scoreline. Going into round 10. Wolves. To sound like a broken record, but recovery factor tested once more. Try and find something in the home stretch.
Good.
Frustration on the face of Fade.
I mean, it is difficult. The amount of times they maybe getting the first pick, they're getting towards site, they're pressuring, but then we get towards those back lines and those retakes, and that's just where it falls a bit short.
Yeah.
So now, buy back in play. What's the plan? Isol's got ult, Spring's got his, one away from Sufat BB. YU a little further off and Juicy a little ways away as well, but trying to work the map here, but mid is still a problem. Still gonna have Alpha here.
Yeah, ever the threat. Operator in hand once more. Drone, does it catch him inside the smoke? Dealt with as well by Crashies, so...
Crashies got a dart yet? No. Blair, which point into the corner? I don't think they fancy that one, actually. But they have managed to slip up cap, but I guess it's the trade-off of A main as well, that they don't have that security there, Mike.
The Boaster and sent out. Actually, Kayak runs back style that. Juicy will fall, but Spring isolates Alpha yet. Potential carve a path towards B.
I mean, there's still hope in this round, but the rotations are coming through. And fast, Quan gets captured. Taken away, YU falls in the meantime, though. What? They fall like a house of cards.
Boaster, another 3K from him to shut down round 10 in quick succession as well.
Show me that replay. Was he up on top of the... This was just Kayak playing from main, but this was 30 seconds left. On the site, and now where's Boaster here? Yeah, up on top. Completely unawares.
Oh, fantastic work from the leader of Fnatic. Now a full Chico from Wolves. You heard it, the tour de force in hand for Alpha as well. Just a Hunter's Fury. Try and swing things back in Wolves' favour.
Oh God. Out of everyone to try and come towards YM. Oh! He is quick as lightning! Dips back in after the first. This is his map. There's not much to be said about it, why you can fight the good fight, but Alpha is not missing. Now Spring in a 1v4. It feels like they got given just that drop of hope to only have it taken away. Fnatic fully in control, Mike.
Last round before the switch.
We'll get the purchase back, but then short of Juicy finding an ult orb here ahead of dying. That ult cycle just hasn't improved. You turn the flash, the readjustment, just phenomenal from Alpha. Yeah, the
That's
panic,
a horrible
the
feeling.
panic from Super. Ah, he's charging me down.
Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. See you next round. Listening. And sadly, it feels like Wolves have hit that brick wall. And they won't be the first to feel it, but let's also look at the purchase right now. Have you noticed something? There's a firing squad. I've heard about these days, many, many days ago, about Fnatic.
Folklore.
3 operators out and about, and one of them is taking a walk. A miss, and actually a bad miss from Alpha. Maybe a step too far.
Time to jump.
I know exactly where.
Gives the neural theft across as well, so going to give a ton of information to Wolves. Maybe a little complacent here in round 12.
Oh, but Boaster, look, it may shock you if you don't see it often, but he is damn good with that operator, but switching it out for the rifle now. Look at the lurk, though. YU is eventually on the way. If they can stall out enough time, he could be the checkmate to this.
And now actually the Hunter's Fury from Sufat BB, a perfect late round piece here. Fnatic have to pick up the pace.
While we get moving. On the flank, slowly creeping closer. He has to play this right, and he strikes on the first. Not gonna mince his words here. Spring leans out from main, and complacency, a key word here, Mike, that you said about this. Maybe a small mistake, and that's all it takes for 4 rounds to be gathered by Wolves.
Again, almost a bailout given to Wolves here to find a fourth, something to stop the momentum potentially from boiling over into the second half, Lauren.
Yeah, it's a window of chance. It is so slim though, right? You are on the ropes in this one. A miss from Alpha, a weird purchase. But if you're Wolves, you'll take that. A gift given. And a chance made for them now. But only 4, it's a long way back. And of course we have a treat for you guys playing along at home. We're going to hand it over to the one and only Van Silly, who's been doing wonderful work with NRG Scuba and Marder.
Van Silly here back on the floor. I'm joined now by Mada and by Scuba. Mada over here and Scuba of Team Energy. Toronto, give it up here for Energy. Mada, I know that in different circumstances, you'd have been on this stage playing with Energy, but at least you're here in Masters Toronto. What's it like being here today?
I mean, it's amazing. I love the city. I love the crowd. You guys are fantastic. Like, the energy's crazy in here. I love it.
Homegrown Toronto, give it up to Mada. Scuba, you are also the latest addition now to Energy. You have a chance to prove yourself during Split 2 of the VCTs in Americas. Watching this from the sidelines, how eager are you to step on the stage?
I'm so excited, man. I've been waiting so long for a chance to play at an event like this, and it's honestly a dream come true.
Awesome, and now let's talk about this game. We have now Fnatic versus Wolves, a crazy comp that Fnatic is coming out so far in this tournament, this double Sentinel. What's it like? And Mada, you told me you scrimmed against this composition too, and as a duelist, how do you deal with this double Senti comp?
Well, I mean, from Wolves' perspective, it's definitely hard because they only have Sova, and I think Alfier and Kayak are doing a great job of being like really annoying in mid and kind of making it really hard to clear out these like spots. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to peek Kayak, it's hard to peek Alfier, so you gotta be on point against this team. I think Wolves actually doing good though. Wolves did a good job.
Awesome, and then for you, Scuba, just what are your predictions going into the series? Since you know Wolves finally are starting to make a comeback in this series, they're still down a map. Do you think this is going to a map 5?
I think we all want to see a map 5, no?
Do we all want to see a map 5 in Toronto? Indeed we do. Let's toss it back here to the game.
It takes a certain capability to push Fnatic to their limits. This half is where we find out if Wolves are within that cut. At 8-4, there's a chance, Mike. The Coinbase Econ report kind of tells you what's been happening. Kron, Alpha, I mean, it's the entirety of the squad doing well. But the question mark becomes, is there still gas in the tank for Wolves, Mike?
I mean, how much can you just keep asking
of
Wolves?
I know.
Like I said, don't want to sound like a broken record, but up against the ropes now, everything to play for. And almost nothing to lose in terms of stepping onto this stage in Toronto. They've given their heart, they're all but one half away now from potentially closing the door on that dream, or a chance to redeem themselves and push to sunset.
I know a lot of us would want it.
I do.
Yeah, same. Look, it's not often that we kind of root for a side, but we
mid.
want the best between these two. One trade out, but Lysol wants more. Hungry to chase it down, but Alpha has been devastating. Still does good damage. Backs away. Lysol. Oh! Banging
Spike
shot!
down mid.
Anything you can do, I can do better. But there's still bodies behind this. Crashes is furious, and that shot dart lethal. Down to a 2v2 now. Spike's still loose. Not committed either side.
Boaster yet to rear his head. Chance to upgrade here. 2 smokes available for them. Wolves almost a split focus here.
I have the spike.
Utility set up towards B. Fnatic slowly drifting that way.
Check cam real quick. That's when.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't he play too close? They can play together on the retake potentially.
Gotta be careful with these sight lines, though.
I am a bit worried he's drifting there like that.
Now they know about the camera.
And the camera knows about them. There it is.
Camera taken out.
Easy, easy.
Well, hang on.
Wait, he's playing it on his own. There was no support there for a second. Now, luckily for him, Boaster didn't fight back. He barely gets to breathe his way away from this on 2 HP. The Crashies, the new addition.
Still got one shock guard, but again, that recon going to be another 20 seconds or so away. Boaster sets up. A little disconnected here.
Had to run. Had to get out of dodge. See if that BB going to post that down. The Crashies lives. And now time becoming a factor. Boaster's position going to make it difficult. Smoke comes in, allows Crashies. Oh my god, he's down so low. And now the tap for the spike. Great shot. And now it's surely the slam dunk. Cards all collected. The vintage duo knows how to play this one.
The push and pull in full effect here. Crashies, probably the one dictating exactly what's happening here in the post plant. And closed out confidently. A 9th on the board for Fnatic.
Let's go, baby! You me, baby! You me! Once again, let's...
And that dynamic duo that's shone so many times so far this year could put Fnatic in the driver's seat here.
Yinzu in pieces, obviously. Classics now. All that Wolves have to try and deny double digits is Fnatic. Heard it from them. They've been eyeing up those finals. They wanted this. Taking risks, rebuilding. A stack. Oh, damn, I didn't even see it. Right, gonna be on red alert though. Again, hell, they can turn flashes like they're nothing. And it's just free farm, baby. It's all too easy to make it to 10.
The slow field just trapping Wolves, unable to sink their teeth into this setup. Double digits acquired here. And almost a throwaway round from Wolves, just looking for maybe a kill or something to try and set themselves in motion, but it doesn't come through. Rifles in hand now, see Fat BB rolling back the years and Odin purchased. Both just going to bring a stinger in here, so protecting that future purchase. Oh, deals with the trip nice and early here. That's it, flash through. Unfortunately, that's the issue. Try and pin down Alpha. If he gets flash, feels the heat a little bit.
Retrieving flash.
Get out so quickly.
Util just being worked down fast as well, right? Cam gone, Trip gone. It's all above a minute. We're doing well in this. Juicy's timing. Oh man, that's rough. Go and commit towards that CT side, or at least he had a glance that way, but mid's already taken. Fnatic have posted up here. If he goes back. Oh! How are you winning that? How are you the one to win that kayak? Just gonna have his bell rung at that point. As Alpha fancies a go, and well, yeah, Alpha seems to win these. So, now the pressure on the B site. YU and CFAT BB gonna be forced to try and play out back to the wall Valorant here. You can see the players trying to build up towards it. Crashes has a go, falls a little short. CFAT BB still trying to be prepared, delivers bullets into the body of Kron. And now more, Alpha still standing, and so is Boaster. A 2v2, and a plant on the cards. The deadly duo still holding. Alpha has been the man to watch here. Two already in the round. 20.
Why nakadiaman kunci Nopal?
Does anyone dare show Boaster? You absolutely.
Jul mia tu aja Jul.
Almost caught in there on the way back through. But Spring, oh what? How did he get Alpha there?
Jul mana pernah ya diajar LMM tuh LLM gitu LLM gitu.
And Alpha down. Lysor escaping death there. We both saw to a degree.
30 seconds left.
Beautifully done. Why you really to, I guess, posture up enough to protect Siufat BB as the second layer. Yeah, interesting. Maybe feeling as if Boaster was almost dead to rights in that situation and had to make a move. Spring unfaltered. Issue being, win the round, but Alpha's got the tour de force.
Oh, I like this confidence though from Juicy. Why not make a play? Try and make something happen, but that felt like it was a bit short-sighted almost. I'd love to see some support around that.
Alpha not necessarily a threat just yet, tucked behind the smoke. Don't expect YU with this setup to be swinging out, but speaking of swinging, Kayak has 1-for-1 here. Deep control now on the back of Lysor's utility.
And I like the Lysor's working behind this too. Like actually pushing out deep towards A main. That's
It's that
huge
leapfrog
space.
effect and kind of just closes doors for Fnatic and puts Wolves in a position to rotate effectively, but
I was going to say, like, surely if you're YU, you're feeling very, very strained in this. You were on an island. We saw that Siufat BB was over towards kind of like tree sort of side, but as it stands, Fnatic are heading back towards A.
they are indeed. Still some util to navigate past. So they got catch here, but Lysor could line it up here.
Oh dear, but Quant was deeper, and Boaster's been saved. So now the site's wide open and the plant's next on the cards.
Let's just see who Fat BB and YU now find themselves in a 2v4 awkward weaponry. Plenty util, yes, but find almost a freebie to tee this up. Dart's going to go in. No connection, no, and Boaster actually the one to find the wall bang.
Oh. Hello there. 11, Mike, it's getting closer now. Wolves, feels like they've hit that brick wall in my mind. And,
Yeah.
and I'm worried that they don't know what else to do in this regard. They've been a great side, but it feels like they've just started to run out of steam now.
For sure, I think you talk about the pedigree and they have to overcome in the form of Fnatic here. In a best of 5, no less, we're talking about, you know, Wolves coming here, stealing hearts, stealing dreams from other teams.
Yes.
Big names.
Yep. I mean, they're the real deal, right? There was a lot of those kind of checkpoints that you go through. You're like, oh, an upset run, how fun. But maybe you can chalk it up to a couple of weird results and people underestimating them. I don't think you can anymore. The way these guys have played has been spectacular.
Sure, I mean, I even said it in the loss. Come away from that series with your head held high.
Ada
I think
mobil
that-
ngomong mau orang lihat gas ya.
Again, it's a grounding feeling now to be even
Terus sabar menit
discussing
dia
that,
kayak
but
itu.
11-5 scoreline here on Ascent already. Trailing by a map in a best of 5.
Ngawe orang.
Yeah.
That reality
Main pakai akun
in the background.
plat yang kayak no mabuk
Yeah,
kita.
you're almost looking at conceding
Kemaskar
12.
kena pelatih lu ya. Ina dia mon ke nah.
Then it is do or die.
Dia kan
Then
kali
you've got
abang.
ults coming through for Fnatic. I mean, the compounding problems
Lain
are
segi
there.
melatihnya.
There's 2 sheriffs. And look, at the start of this tournament, not many would have backed Wolves. Many underestimating them, not seeing what maybe some could. But we've started to believe a bit more. And maybe there's still something there to be had. As it stands, Fnatic, hell, they guess right.
Yeah. Wide open B site here. Why are you now, I guess, privy to the fact there could be presence here? He's just locked out of this. No chance to find a kill ahead of this plant going down. And yes, it will be a full 5v5 in the post, but 4 sheriffs in a classic.
Terus digasan
Would
ke semua
take a massive fumble from Fnatic to even give them a chance to find a way back in.
Well, there's the first bit of signs of life shown. Plenty of util still to burn through for Fnatic. Not feeling too much of the strain yet. Honestly, Boaster, relax. Let him have a moment, even have a chance. There we go. See if abis can at least land one, but it feels like a consolation here. Fnatic looking to try and finish this with a flourish. Oh my god, Lovely, but Lovely isn't going to cut it anymore. 3 players, and that ain't going to work. It's 12 now. Fnatic, 1 round away from a grand finals. And for Wolves, 1 round away from going home.
So many chances here for Fnatic to draw this out, eventually find just 1 more round. Hunter's Fury here, Neural Theft available for Wolves, but you look to the other side of the scoreboard, you see Alpha sat at 22-11 and another operator in hand. Fnatic feeling like they're on the home stretch here.
Could be the final round, couldn't it? Couple of ults in play though for Wolves, could maybe tilt the scales, and on the other side, Crashies has his, Kayak has his, well, Boaster too. So how do they decide to approach this round?
Find the trip here with the drone over the top. Difficult to deal. Oh. Yeah, step aside. Let me.
I got you.
Let me deal with that one for you.
Okay. But Alpha's been given freedom, which scares me. Go have a play in middle, mate. Do what you want. They're going A. There's 2 players to try and deny them. Lysor is here. So is Spring. About 45 seconds. It's been quiet across the map. No early attempts made by Wolves. And fair play. You're up against it now.
Yeah, how do you address this?
They're at the door.
And try and open this round wide open. Speaking of wide open, the site, not an awful lot of presence here. Hunter's Fury to follow up. It finds the first, it's going to connect. Lysor will fall.
There's an answer back though. See if abis posts it right back towards Alpha. Spike now cautiously stepping in with 18 seconds. Spring's still here.
He's still
they
here.
Don't know about Spring. Now they do. The trap gets sprung, but still, it's a 3v3, and it's now at 8 seconds. They need that plant. The temptation to try and deny was there, but no one able to capitalize. Juicy, YU, and abis, the ones to try and mount this comeback to take this site back. And Boaster, the closest near. Rashi's gonna shoulder.
Got a recon here, and Chronicle was a late round piece, Lauren.
Plenty to play with. Wolves gonna have to try and do their best, but Boaster takes away Juicy. Kron as well, it's all down to 1. abis, the ones who made people believe in Wolves, now has to face the final 2 of Fnatic. But that time is ticking. I think we know it. We do. And Fnatic, they've been here before. And they're back there again.
Fnatic lawan
now awaits.
A hiccup along the way, sure, but you don't get many chances to come at a team like Fnatic. But Wolves, man, what a run. Heartbreaking to see it end, but like I said, they've come here to Toronto and against all odds, delivered a performance to be proud of.
And a performance to be remembered. A lot of people out there would have looked at their region and said, well, we know 1 team, well, now you know 2. Now you're going to know more. Every time we see these guys step to the stage, fans were just loving what they were bringing. abis, I mean, the guy is a superstar in the making for me.
Put
Controlling
themselves,
the crowd, the personality, everything there.
Put themselves on the map for sure. And like I said, there's no shame in falling like that.
No.
To a titan like Fnatic.
There they are. The dancers are back. Maybe that's why they're back in finals. I don't know. I'm, yeah, just thinking about